Hi, my name's Neil. I've been working in the industry since 2014. I'm now working at Blockstream. If you're a Bitcoiner, I can say it's definitely one of the best places to work if you're a hardcore Bitcoiner. I think we have Richard, also from Blockstream, who's going to be talking in a bit. He's going to be talking about the Liquid sidechain, the Liquid network. Unfortunately, very similar name to the Liquid exchange. But just a quick introduction to the other stuff that Blockstream work on. We're a Bitcoin infrastructure company. Our three kind of main commercial projects are the Liquid network, which is a sidechain for exchanges and traders. We have Blockstream Green, which is a Bitcoin wallet. In my opinion, it's definitely the best wallet on iOS. And it also has Liquid support. And then we also have Blockstream Mining, which is these very large mining facilities where people can co-locate their mining equipment at our facilities and run their mining farms. So we have people like Fidelity and the LinkedIn founder, Reid Hoffman, mining with us there. And then in addition to these commercial projects, we also work on a lot of really cool Bitcoin infrastructure technology. So we've got Elements, which is what Liquid's based on. We work on a Lightning network implementation called C Lightning. We also have a data service that we do with Intercontinental Exchange, so the guys behind NYSE. And then the thing that I'm going to be talking about today is Blockstream Satellite, which is basically beaming Bitcoin down from space all around the world. So the focus of the talk today is going to be about offline Bitcoin transactions. And so the first question that we need to ask is why would we want to transact with Bitcoin offline? So one of the things that I often say is, doing two things at once here. One of the things I often say is that Bitcoin is as much a hardware revolution as it is a software revolution. So everybody talks about Bitcoin kind of turning money into software. Well, we can't forget the hardware component. Now everybody already knows, not your keys, not your Bitcoin. So the whole point of Bitcoin was to minimize trust, not rely on any kind of third parties. So everybody knows that if you don't hold your keys, you're not actually in control of your Bitcoin. It's very, very risky. You're basically trusting somebody else to look after your Bitcoin for you. Well, in addition to that, you also have another concept, not your hardware, not your node. So if you're using Bitcoin, you really should be using a full node. Otherwise, you're trusting somebody else to verify the transactions that you're receiving. And now a lot of people will run a Bitcoin full node in the cloud, and they'll run it on like an Amazon web server somewhere. But the problem with that is you have no physical control over the hardware that's verifying the transactions. So at any point, the person that's running that service could modify the software running on your node, they could cut off your access to it. Basically, you're trusting somebody. So again, it's kind of antithetical to the whole Bitcoin idea. Now, an even further extension to that is not your network, and I couldn't think of a catchy one for this one, so it's not your network, not your network. If you're not in control of the physical infrastructure that connects you to the Bitcoin network, again, you're trusting somebody else for your access to Bitcoin. And as we become more and more dependent on Bitcoin, like as hyper-Bitcoinization kind of takes hold, it means that we're going to be we should not be trusting people to gain access to the network. So, like breaking down some of the reasons why you might want to transact Bitcoin offline. Lack of internet, cost of internet, redundancy, which is basically like if you lose your connection, like you need something else to replace it, and then also privacy. So we're going to look into each one of these in a bit more detail. This was originally planned as a 50-minute talk, so I'm going to be kind of trying to go through it quite quickly. So, lack of internet. All of us are quite spoiled for internet in our daily lives now. We all live in cities, we have like really, really great connections, but there are lots of places on the planet that still don't have internet connections. Developing economies, there's a lot of people that aren't connected to the internet. If you're in a remote village, if you're on an island, if you're living in mountainous regions, you just like have zero internet. And these are people that will want to use Bitcoin, and they should be able to use Bitcoin, so they need offline solutions to be able to transact. The other reason you might want to do offline Bitcoin transactions is cost of internet. Again, we're completely spoiled for internet. We have super fast internet, and it's increasingly cheap. but that's not the case everywhere in the world. So again, if you're in a remote location, you might have to use a satellite connection, which is quite expensive. And then a lot of developing economies, they just don't have the network infrastructure to get them onto the internet. And developing economies also have like a double problem where their salaries are quite low and the cost of internet is relatively high compared to developed places. And so you can see that kind of in action. I mean, there's a lot of reasons why there's not Bitcoin nodes in developing economies, but one of the contributing factors is definitely the cost of the internet, and you can see that on this map, which shows all of the public Bitcoin nodes. There's very, very few running in developing regions around the world. These people need to use Bitcoin. They need to use Bitcoin trustlessly. Yeah. So the other reason that you might want to use offline Bitcoin transactions is redundancy. Right now, most of us are using only two internet service providers. We have one at home for our broadband connection, and then we have one on our mobile device. And often these are provided by the same company. And that means that we're completely dependent on either one or two companies for our access to Bitcoin. And often, like in any one country, there's only a few ISPs. They're quite like regulated, locked down industries. So yeah, that poses a risk. We're basically having to trust these companies to make good on their obligations. So some examples of specific threats that these ISPs pose: infrastructure failures, natural disasters, and intentional outages, which is a bit of a euphemism. So the first example would be infrastructure failures. Whenever there's a natural disaster, often one of the first things to go off is access to the internet, access to power as well, which also can cut you off from the internet. We even saw it in places like the US. And this is a problem. If you're in a natural disaster scenario, you definitely need to be able to transact. You might need to buy supplies, you might need to pay for medical help, that kind of thing. So it's really important that Bitcoin keeps flowing when these things kick off. So another one is intentional outages. So increasingly, we're starting to see around the world governments are cutting off access to the internet when there's some kind of unrest. And we saw that in Egypt fairly recently, Iran. There's a few other examples. Xinjiang, very soon after I left, I used to live in Xinjiang. They cut off the internet for 6 months. Now, if everybody's dependent on Bitcoin, that's going to be a really serious problem. So, according to Access now, we're starting to see more and more of these interventions by governments cutting off people's access to the internet. And then finally, one of the other reasons that you might want to use Bitcoin offline is privacy. So, because we're relying on these centralized ISPs, we have this problem of surveillance. So your ISP is sucking up all of the data out of your internet activities. Running a Bitcoin full node actually uses quite a lot of data, and so it's very easy for them to detect who's running Bitcoin software, who's using Bitcoin. And like, this poses a threat on multiple levels. One is like certain jurisdictions may, in the future, pose a threat to people using Bitcoin. We know that that's a potential eventuality, but also it alerts. So you're basically broadcasting your IP online. IPs can be tied to your address, and criminals can use those addresses to find people with Bitcoin. And exactly the same kind of strategies that are used to kind of create these maps are the kind of things that can pinpoint where Bitcoin has lived, and that's a pretty big risk. So before we talk about some solutions to use Bitcoin offline, a it's probably a good idea to look at some of the challenges of building offline solutions. So, despite us saying offline Bitcoin transactions, it's really more like internet minimized Bitcoin, because ultimately we need the internet. Bitcoin absolutely depends on the internet. We need to deliver those transactions to the miners, and the miners need to mine them and then relay those blocks to the rest of the nodes. So, despite us trying to transact offline, ultimately we need somebody that's connected to the internet, who's connected to the miners, so that we can get transactions broadcast. Another problem is that ideally these offline solutions need to work in low power environments. Because, for example, if you're in a disaster scenario, you need to be able to run off battery power. So ideally these things need to run on low power. And another really big issue is low bandwidth requirements. So if you're trying to do something without the internet, you need to be able to download a lot of data in a small space of time to be able to run a full node and verify your transactions properly. We're looking at like 20 gigabytes per month, I think, and 200 gigabytes if you're doing uploads too. But there's one thing that isn't a challenge we don't have to worry about is transactions. If you want to get a transaction out, this is a very, very small piece of data. So it's very, very easy for people to build offline solutions for propagating transactions, sharing transactions. Okay, so now we're actually going to look. Now after we've looked at the challenges, now we're going to look at some of the actual solutions. And the first one is Blockstream Satellite. So, in enabling people to use Bitcoin offline, the first thing that we have to solve is how to run the Bitcoin full node. And as we mentioned earlier, the bandwidth requirements of running a full node are very, very high. The solution to this, or one of the solutions to this, is to get your blockchain data from a satellite. And just a quick summary of what Blockstream Satellite is. Basically, we have a bunch of teleports based around the world in multiple countries, and they beam the Bitcoin blockchain data up into space. And then we have 4 geostationary satellites, and geostationary means that they stay in the same space in the sky at all times. They travel around the equator, and they receive the broadcasts from the teleports and then beam them back down over the planet. We have almost global coverage. So there's a bit of like Eastern Europe and the Middle East, which isn't covered, and you'll see that here. So basically, any kind of populated area of the world is receiving Bitcoin blockchain data at any time. All they need is a satellite to receive those signals. And so the equipment to receive this data isn't very difficult to put together. You can use a recycled second-hand satellite dish from just the same as you use for receiving TV signals. The only specialized piece of hardware you need is something called an SDR. It's very, very cheap to pick up off Amazon. That's a software-defined radio, I think. And then you just need a very, very, so the requirements, the technical requirements for running the software are very, very low, so you can do it on a Raspberry Pi or a ROG64, again, a very cheap piece of hardware. You can probably pick up everything for $100 or less.
Are you sure about that? Last time I spoke with Adam, he said that you need an NPU.
So that was approved, I think, like 4 or 5 months ago. They really like reduced the requirements there.
So I assume Blockstream doesn't actually own the satellites, it launches them. Like, who owns them, who controls them, whether this is fair?
So we try to use multiple different providers, satellite providers, so that we're not reliant on one company for those broadcasts. But certainly those are controlled by, not controlled by Blockstream, they're controlled by someone else. Risks there, I guess, like, pressure can be placed on these companies to stop providing services and stuff like that, but it will depend where that pressure is coming from. No, it's very expensive to launch a satellite. I have to ask the team. I'm not sure about that one. So with this setup, we've got the teleports, the satellites, the 4 satellites going around the planet, and then the Bitcoin users running their full nodes with their satellite dishes. We can see that it solves all of the problems that we discussed earlier. So for internet availability, doesn't matter where you are, you just need a satellite and you're going to be able to receive those signals. If you're at the top of a mountain, middle of a desert, doesn't matter, you're going to get your Bitcoin blockchain data and be able to run a full node. Cost of the internet, so this is a totally free service. Like it's those signals are beaming through us right now. It's totally passive. You can receive it completely for free. No signups, no registration, and no bandwidth limitations. For redundancy, so if your internet goes down, this acts as a really good backup for receiving your blockchain data. Because regardless of what's happened to the internet in your region, you're always going to be able to receive that. And then finally, for privacy, this is a passive technology. So if I'm running my satellite dish on the roof here, nobody knows that I'm receiving that signal. It's a bit like receiving a kind of a pirate TV signal, right? So there's nobody being made aware of you running your Bitcoin full node. There's nobody being made aware that you own some Bitcoin. Yep, go ahead.
We've learned that when things are free, that we're often the product. So what's the business model behind this? And like, if someone was to invest their time building something up on top of Blockstream satellite, how do they know it's not going to like disappear tomorrow?
So, I mean, anybody that's familiar with Blockstream knows that they just like working on very cool technology that kind of makes Bitcoin stronger. Blockstream's business is entirely based on Bitcoin. And if Bitcoin succeeds or fails, that's going to kind of affect how Blockstream does. So this is kind of an important technology to keep Bitcoin strong. So that's one of the main drivers behind it. Also, it's very good for marketing. So like I've been invited to talk about it today, and we get like in Bloomberg and stuff like that. So it has kind of marketing benefits for us.
Do you sell do you sell anything like there are like enterprise level SLA agreements?
So I'm gonna right after this one, we do offer a service called the Blockstream Satellite API, which allows people to send their own data over the satellites and pay via the Lightning Network. I'll get into that in a second, but that's like kind of a monetized model. It's not generating huge amounts of revenue right now, but there are some things that we could do on top of that. Yeah, I'm not sure how we'd incentivize competitors or whether we'd want to, but certainly the more options there are, the better it is for Bitcoin, for sure. I mean, I'm going to talk about some other solutions to some other alternatives to satellite in a second. For example, radio. There's a lot of like really cool stuff going on. After we've set this up, I just want to start with a very simple diagram, and we'll be building on this in a second. But this just basically shows that we can have a laptop completely separated from the rest of the internet, no internet connection whatsoever, and it can run a Bitcoin full node. You can verify any transactions that it receives. However, how do we receive the Bitcoin transactions? We're going to have to work on that in a second. Before we get onto that, just the thing that was mentioned a second ago, in addition to the Bitcoin data that the Blockstream satellite transmits, it also allows users to send their own data via the Blockstream Satellite API. Now, you can build software that sends messages by plugging into the API, but also if you go to blockstream.com/satellite, we also have a tool for people to just send their own silly messages and send that over the satellite. And you pay very, very small fees over the Lightning Network. And this is really cool because it's combining kind of multiple aspects of Bitcoin. Like if we wanted to do microtransactions like this, it would be very, very difficult to do it on fiat rails because you really need somebody to top up a large amount. The credit card fees would just make it impossible, basically. But Lightning solves that. And so, like some examples, I don't think we have anybody using it for really like kind of amazing practical purposes. For example, disaster notifications. but we do have a lot of people sending kind of silly stuff at the moment. This one was a really cool kind of mysterious diary that started a few days after we launched the service. Yeah, I'll be sharing this presentation with Dominic after this, so I'll let you guys read that. And then if you want to see what's being sent over the Blockstream satellite, you can go to SatNode on Twitter, and this is a bot that just retweets all of the stuff that's being sent over there. And there's a lot of, this is one of the kind of family-friendly sections. There are some parts that I couldn't share on this presentation. So just to wrap up, some keynotes on the satellite service. This is a one-way broadcast. So you can't send signals yourself back up to the satellite. It's only for receiving the Bitcoin blockchain data. The initial sync requires the internet, and that's a bit of a drawback right now. So you need to sync up your node before you start running the satellite node. That will change soon. We're working on some improvements. You're receiving the last 24 hours of blocks, so you need to keep your node running at least within the last 24 hours. Any longer than that, if it goes offline for a few days, you're going to need the internet again to resync. Again, we're working on an improvement for that. And then one of the questions that I often get is like, this sounds like really trustful. Like, we're trusting Blockstream to provide this data, and that's not very Bitcoin. But it's not as trustful as you might think. So if you're running your Bitcoin full node, you're verifying all of the data that you're receiving from the satellite. So we can't change the rules. The blockchain data that you're receiving. Right. So there's some other aspects to that. So if, for example, Blockstream started pumping out some wrong blockchain data, or like the shorter chain, you would see a very, very quick drop off of proof of work that's attached to the blocks. And also, in addition to the satellite, you can also run spot checks. So you could receive the block headers via radio, via SMS, because that's a very small piece of data. And then you can confirm that the blocks that you're receiving from Blockstream satellite are indeed correct. So it's not as, like I say, it's not as trustful as people often think it might be. And the more satellite providers that we have providing Bitcoin blockchain data, the better. Okay, so next kind of offline solution is Wi-Fi rebroadcasts, and this can be used in combination with the Blockstream satellite. So with Blockstream satellite, you can essentially run your own Bitcoin service provider, a bit like an internet service provider, but purely for Bitcoin. So with a very, very cheap piece of Wi-Fi hardware, this is for outdoor use, you can connect that to your satellite node and start sharing all of that blockchain data to your local area. So that means that every single user doesn't need their own satellite. They only need a Wi-Fi connection to somebody that does. And that allows like a community to set up one sat node and have everybody in that community connect via Wi-Fi. And there's lots of cool things that you can do with that. For example, the provider can also run a block explorer. Explorer is also some open source technology built by Blockstream. You can run an Electrum server, that kind of thing. So this is a great way of sharing that that satellite data. We've got Grubels, who's our one of our satellite technicians, and he kind of demonstrated that you can run this Bitcoin service provider on the move. So you could rock up, drive to an area, run entirely on battery power, and start providing Bitcoin data to that local area. And so adding to that diagram that we created before, now we've got more Bitcoin nodes added to this network, purely receiving data offline via the Blockstream satellite. We still have the Bitcoin transaction problem. So to solve the Bitcoin transaction problem, one of the great kind of solutions coming out right now is mesh networks. And for anybody not familiar with mesh networks, it's basically a networking technology that connects all nodes with all of the other nodes in the local area, and those nodes connect to nodes closer to them. And any kind of data can be relayed around these nodes to get to the destination. One really important thing to point out about mesh networks is it's a last mile solution. So this isn't a solution for the internet. We still need kind of our traditional internet infrastructure for now, at least. If we're in a city, we could get a message really easily from one side of the city to another because there's such a high density of nodes in the area. But when you get to more kind of sparse areas, or you're trying to get from one city to another, a mesh network is not going to be particularly reliable. Somewhere within that mesh, you need somebody connected to the internet. I think this needs a mesh network. There you go. Okay. So one of the solutions for mesh networks is GoTenna. This is like a total proprietary solution. They've set up a Blockstream satellite integration, so it's very easy to use with the Blockstream satellite software. It has a range of 6 kilometers. You can do 3 hops maximum, so that gets you 18 kilometers if there's a good line of sight. It runs on a battery. You can use it outdoors. It's a little bit expensive right now, but this is like the first iteration of the technology, so you could imagine it getting a lot cheaper. Yeah, and it's got a bunch of integrations with some other great wallet software. And you can see this is kind of starting to take off in the US. In a bunch of cities in the US, you probably be able to find a GoTenna mesh network connection. Unfortunately, if we look at Vietnam, looks like there's two GoTennas running in Vietnam at the moment. So you guys need to work harder. I think if you go within that area and start like using your GoTenna software, you should be able to pick up the other GoTenna. But it's not particularly useful if there's only 2 people using it. You really need to kind of build out that mesh. Okay, so there should be a video here. Hopefully it's going to work. It's not. Okay, that was a demo of using the satellite node with the GoTenna to broadcast a transaction. Unfortunately, I can't show that. So one of the other mesh network technologies, this one's really promising. This one's more kind of open source, a new standard, unlike GoTenna, which is more proprietary, is LoRaWAN. This is already very, very popular. It's kind of growing a lot in the maker community. It uses very, very low amounts of power, extremely low amounts of power. And it still has decent ranges, pretty similar to the GoTenna, about 7 kilometers. It's used for something called the Things Network. Again, that's something used in the maker community. And there's currently there's 7,000 gateways globally. So it's growing. And with those technologies, we're starting to see a real kind of offline network get built out here. We have a bunch of Bitcoin full nodes receiving all of their blockchain data from space via the Blockstream satellite. They're sharing it with their local area via Wi-Fi. And then when they want to transact with each other, they can do that over their Wi-Fi connections. They can also do it via the GoTennas or LoRaWAN mesh networks. And then ultimately, you only need there's only one device in this entire network that's connected to the internet. And those transactions, after they've been completed, are then broadcast to the internet and sent to the miners for mining into blocks. You'll see here that we have a mobile device. That's really useful too, because we can use that for SMS. And as we mentioned earlier, Bitcoin transactions are super, super small. So you can actually include one SMS is not enough, but a few SMSs will get your transaction across. Any cheap phone can do it. You could use burner phones if you want to maintain your anonymity. You only need the SMS network to be active. You don't need like a 3G connection or a 4G connection. You just need the SMS network. There's already multiple solutions available. So TX10 allows you to send SMS messages. Also, Samurai Wallet have a solution called Pony Direct, and I think that's based on Pavel Rusnak's. He's the CTO from Trezor, who has something called SMS push transactions. And finally, with that SMS added, we can now also add an extra channel for getting those transactions out onto the internet to be mined onto the blockchain. So this has already been a super long talk. I'm not going to go into all of these in detail, but basically there's also tons more solutions in addition to the ones that I've mentioned today. Open dimes allow you to transact physically with very minimized trust. There's some really, really good solutions being worked on with radio. I really highly recommend checking out NVK. I've forgotten his name. Rodolfo Novak. He's got some really good videos online talking about using radio to transmit Bitcoin transactions. You can use satellite internet connections like Iridium Go, and there's also CubeSats, which are an alternative to Blockstream satellite. And then some useful tools. Again, like I'll leave that just for a reference for anybody that's interested in using this kind of technology. Some updates. Yeah, we've got a really, really good update coming for satellite soon. One of the additions to that is you'll be able to fully sync a full node without connecting to the internet. And there's some more stuff. Also, we'll be launching satellite kits soon. So anybody that wants to set up a Blockstream satellite can do it very, very easily. Right now, you have to buy all the parts separately off Amazon. We'll have a satellite kit on our Blockstream store very soon. And then I'm really excited about LoRaWAN. I think that's growing quite fast in the maker community, and it's going to be really useful for Bitcoin going forward. And right now, it's super clunky. Like using this requires you to be quite like a hardcore Bitcoin geek, but it's going to get easier. And especially if this becomes more important and more required in certain regions, I think we'll see the UX improve very fast. Very soon, yeah. That's a new update. How long to? Yeah, that's a good question. I'm not sure. I'd have to ask the satellite team.
Do you know how it's done? Do they keep rebroadcasting all data in a loop, or like?
So the cycle right now is about 4 hours. So
no, but you mean for rebroadcasting like the latest state? I'm asking about like syncing from the scratch.
Yes.
You don't know the details.
I'm not sure.
Okay.
They've done some clever engineering stuff that's worked that out. Great. So yeah, like I've talked a lot about censorship resistance, and like I think that's kind of the sexy thing that people kind of associate with Blockstream satellite. But actually, this is an important technology just for increasing adoption of Bitcoin in areas where they may not have great internet connections that we're very kind of lucky to have. So yeah, finally I've dropped a bunch of resources there in small print. So if anybody's interested, again, like I'll share the presentation for anybody that wants to take a look. And happy to take any questions. Thanks very much.
What's the purpose of the satellite if it's only one way? Because if you can't transact, then why do you need to know what the state of the blockchain is?
So the main problem that it's solving is running that Bitcoin full node. Because without the satellite, the mesh network bandwidth is not high enough to download the Bitcoin blockchain data. SMS, you're not going to be able to get it across that. Even radio, the amount of data that radio can put out is too low to run a Bitcoin full node. So the satellite is purely for running that Bitcoin full node, so a user can verify the transactions that they're receiving.
Got it.
Yeah.
LoRaWAN device? And what's the cost of making a LoRaWAN device?
Not sure. Very cheap. I mean, like these guys are putting it in extremely small devices, low power, running on batteries. Yeah, and the maker guys are usually pretty price sensitive. So
how long has it been up? And Sorry.
So it's been around, I think, for two years, around 2 years.
2 years.
And we don't know the user figures, and we can't know. So like going back to the privacy side of things, it's totally passive. So we don't know who's receiving those signals. I think we would estimate that it's not a whole lot because it's quite hassle to set up. But I think it's important that the service exists in case people need to use it. And as well, once we've launched the satellite kits, I think we'll see a lot more adoption. As well, like if you're a Bitcoin business, a lot of Bitcoin businesses are reliant on one internet connection, two max, and they're like provided virtually by the same kind of service providers. So I think like as Bitcoin businesses grow, it'll be very important for them also to have like satellite connections as a redundant solution in case their internet connection goes down.
Can I ask a question about Blockstream Green?
Yeah, for sure. No problem.
The seed word is proprietary, right? It doesn't work with any other wallet.
Don't know. I'm not sure about that one.
Yeah,
I'm afraid.
okay.
That's the first time
I'm
I've heard
pretty
that.
sure. I'm pretty sure that's true, and that's exactly what my question's about. Because I had a wallet. My phone died. I had two form factor, and tried to recover the seed with another wallet, and it still had two form factor there. So clearly, it's something with the server on Blockstream.
Maybe that's something to talk about after.
Yeah,
after the
right.
presentation. Have you connected to the support guys?
I figured it out on myself. I got the phone fixed,
Right.
so it's all right. But I'm just curious, like, if something happens to Blockstream, what's going to happen to my wallet?
Right.
That's
I'll find that one out for you.
all right.
Yeah.
Okay. Any more questions for Neil? Okay.
So what's inside Blockstream? What's the carnivore vegan breakdown? Would you say?
There's a lot of extreme diets.
Okay, satellite only costs 300 million. Why aren't you buying one?
Sorry, a satellite only costs 300 million.
Yeah.
Maybe after the next bull market.
Okay.
Hey, Neil. So we got like conferences and meetups that don't even accept Bitcoin as payment, and they're like Bitcoin conferences.
Uh-huh.
I mean, of all the challenges of gaining mainstream adoption of Bitcoin, what made Blockstream focus on a satellite? Like that's like.
So I don't think this is a solution for mainstream adoption. It's not. It's
in other words, like out of all the problems, the challenges, the obstacles that's preventing Bitcoin from gaining mainstream adoption and use, like what made Blockstream focus on like the satellite stuff over here?
So I think there's a lot of guys that have been working on Bitcoin for a long time at Blockstream, and they work from a kind of like, let's defend against the edge case kind of mentality. So the whole point of Bitcoin is that we build it to be resilient against these complete edge cases that probably won't ever happen. But just in case they do happen, Bitcoin's got defenses against it. Well, yeah, I mean, yeah, there's that too. Like, people are getting cut off from the internet increasingly, as I pointed out. It's not just a risk in developing economies. I think it's also increasingly a risk in developed economies. I mean, just yesterday we had Angela Merkel saying that to protect freedom, we have to start controlling free speech. And like, there's a lot of kind of scary talk going on in developed economies right now. So if the internet starts getting closed off or becoming more reliable, like, we're going to need solutions like this to keep Bitcoin pumping.
Okay, I was just curious what was the thinking going on behind that. I mean, like, is that like a unanimous desire at Blockstream to do something like that, or did somebody say, hey man, look, we got like 10 other issues that's more urgent that Bitcoin community can really use? Can we put this as task
I think
number
that's one of the risks. A lot of people are
15
like,
or
let's,
something.
let's rush towards mainstream adoption and get everybody on Bitcoin. But like, if you're not worrying about the risks, if you're not worried about making Bitcoin resilient, then some bad things could happen later. So you gotta build it out slowly and worry about things that maybe other people don't worry about.
Okay.
Anybody else? Okay, just to mention, we also accepted Bitcoin for the sign up here at the meetup. So, okay, then thanks Neil for this introduction on how to make Bitcoin work when the internet goes off. Our next speaker is going to be Albert from Neutronpay, who also thankfully has been one of our community sponsors for making this event happen. He will be talking about the current status of the Lightning Network, which has been talked about quite a lot in and outside the Bitcoin community over the last couple of years as kind of the possible panacea for like scaling. We will hear from Albert what's the actual status, where do we stay with the Lightning Network today. Albert also has helped us with Neutronpay, like we did in Vietnam the very first ever Lightning transaction recently, like 2-3 months ago. There's a YouTube video online where we paid traditionally Bitcoin space for a pizza via the Lightning Network. We are currently also working in the community with some sponsors. Neutronpay is one of them. Future Travel is another of them, to set up a node, Lightning node for the community so everybody could connect to there. We should have next month also finally some news on this. Learning experience from there is right now it still is a bit clunky, not yet for the mainstream user. But yeah, otherwise Albert will introduce you how far we have come so far, where do we stay, where we are going from here, and yeah, Albert.
Thanks, Armek. Yeah, thanks Neil for the presentation. You guys had a beautiful deck. So my name is Albert Bu, founder and CEO of Neutronpay. So what we do at Neutronpay is we're trying to make it easy for businesses to accept Bitcoin and Bitcoin Lightning. So we're pretty much a payment processor. Just enabling business to accept Bitcoin and Bitcoin Lightning. So we're hoping to bring that a little bit more mainstream for businesses, so people would want to use Bitcoin for certain products or services. But in this presentation for Struck by Lightning, I'm just going to go over kind of what Lightning is. This is kind of really just a high-level generalization of Lightning. I don't want to get into the technical aspects of it because it can get quite long. So we're just going to start off with just a high level, just kind of this is for people who want to get their feet wet, kind of understand the technology itself. Basics. Nah, it's not working. Okay, so what is a Lightning Network? So for the people that don't know what a Lightning Network is, it's a second layer solution that uses payment channels to instantly settle transactions without the need of a block confirmation. And so this was proposed by Joseph Poon and Thaddeus, I'm going to pronounce his last name completely wrong, Dryji in 2015. This was also a proposal by Christian Decker too as well in 2015 as well. Unfortunately, his didn't win the unanimous decision by the community, but he's still developing a lot on the Lightning Network. So they foresaw kind of an issue about the scalability of Bitcoin, and so they looked at it and said, there's going to be congestion and speed issues. So by nature, the Bitcoin network is 7 transactions per second, and so they wanted to provide a way to make it more scalable. And so the Lightning Network was proposed, the community got to it, and this is what was kind of the solution. So who's developing the protocol now? So there's about 3 groups that are developing it. So these groups have taken the lead on developing Lightning protocol. So Lightning Labs does LND, Blockstream does C Lightning, and eClair does their own version of it. All of them are work across each other through the protocols, so they all work together. They've actually done quite. C Lightning is doing a lot of different variations of Lightning Network, which is quite interesting. Oops. So kind of where is the Lightning Network today? So it first started in 2018, with the beta release of it. There's about 40 nodes on the network, so that was quite small. Fast forward to kind of a year now over, so it's about, like I said, there's about 10,000 nodes, over 10,000 nodes. 60% of them are private. So there's a article like Christian Decker did this on. There's a Lightning conference that was done in Berlin in October, and he did an article on why there was a drop off on Lightning nodes and kind of the channel. He said that there was a lot of Tor and people hiding behind proxies. So you'll see a lot of private and channels on the Lightning Network. So you'll see the decrease in the numbers. So 1ML does say that there is 10,000 nodes, and Koji was right. It just kind of keeps continuing up. It doesn't really decrease or take out the nodes that are kind of inactive. So they'll just keep adding it and adding on. But if you look at Eclair's kind of Explorer, it'll show you that there's about 4,500 nodes. And so that's a huge drop off, a little bit more than 60%. And so, like I said, that was with Christian Decker's kind of article. He'll go into a little bit more if you want to kind of get more of the details into it, but he'll show you the reports that he found for the nodes that are private and the channels that are private. So I just kind of wanted to show the growth of the Lightning Network over the year. Has quite exponential growth. A lot of people are taking to it. I think it's just it's something that is now proven that people do rely on kind of transactions that need to be quick. Bitcoin, on its first layer, is quite slow, right? So 10 minutes for a block. A lot of people kind of impatient and just want to have their confirmations, their transactions settled. So this has kind of shown the growth of people being more interested in the Lightning Network. So this is just kind of another kind of graph, just kind of showing the channels and the growth. Obviously, some of these channels are duplicates. Some of them are zombie channels too as well, where some of the nodes just kind of drop off. So some people have set up nodes before, kind of tested around with it, and now have kind of just dropped off. So it is kind of hard to get a real statistical number of how many nodes are actually online. So the ones that actually do, publish their IP address and are live on the network, you can get the statistics. And like I said, the ones that are not, which are kind of hidden or behind or private, those are hard to kind of calculate how much are actually online. And so how does the Lightning Network work? This is where it gets a little, it can get really quite technical, so we're just trying to keep it really high level. And so a lot of people, don't want to use the Lightning Network because they think it's overcomplicated. Everything should be on layer 1, and layer 2 is just too complicated. So a brief kind of overview of how to get on Lightning. So the main premise of Lightning is like a channel. So to get a channel is two parties agree to put funds into a multi-sig wallet, which is also known as a channel. And so this is what it would kind of look like. So if you say Bob and Alice decide to put one Bitcoin each into a multi-sig wallet, they would then create a channel with each other. They would have now a ledger updating funds back and forth that they transacted with each other on. So this could happen as many times as they wanted to. So with Lightning now, you can keep adding into your channel. Before you weren't able to, so now you can with a function that's called Loop. So Loop is an LND feature that's been proposed, or not proposed, but actually in use. And so you can move money out of your channel, you can refund your channel without having to close it. So before you would have to close your channel if you kind of depleted your funds in the channel, and then reopen a new one. So now this allows you to keep the channel consistently open. And so when I think of a channel, when people just say, well, what does a channel look like? I just say it looks like a tube. And the reason why I say it's a tube is no one knows who's transacting except for you and that other person. So no one on the outside can see what you're doing. No one on the only you and that person on the other side know how much you're transacting. And this can scale out as many tubes as you want. So Bob can go to Alice, Bob can go to Charlie, Bob can go to Jim. So this kind of just keeps scaling up as you need to, and how many channels, and this is what causes kind of the flow of the Lightning Network. And so this is a little bit more of a technical diagram of the payment of a Lightning Network. So you can see Eric can pay all the way to Alice, and Alice can pay all the way to Eric. And if Eric really wanted to, he could create a channel with Alice. So looking at this diagram, you would say, well, why would Eric want to go and forward his payment through Diana, Carol, and Bob, and into Alice. Through the Lightning Network, it could be a lot cheaper. So in order for him to pay, he'll say, maybe it's cheaper for me to actually just forward my payment all the way to Alice through those extra 3 nodes, as opposed to setting up a channel with Alice, which would cost maybe 10 cents, right? So 10 cents to open a channel directly with Alice, he could do that. But if he really wanted to, he could just send it through Alice for fractions of a penny. So maybe because everyone already has a channel open, it's probably the best path just to actually just kind of forward the payment to Alice. And so how can you use the Lightning Network today? So there's a few wallets that we would recommend. So Blue Wallet and Weese are more the custodial wallets. Those ones I highlight a little bit more because those are the ones that are actually easier for people to use. So for user experience, for people wanting to use the Lightning Network and kind of experience it, is you just move your Bitcoin into Breeze or a Blue Wallet. I think Breeze is a little bit more functional, where they actually do everything for you in the back end. So they have scripts that actually move your Bitcoin onto the Lightning Network. So you give it a few minutes, it moves all your Bitcoin to the Lightning Network, and then you're automatically ready to go. And so Blue Wallet does kind of the same thing, but you have to load your wallet first and then actually have another action to say, I want to move it to Lightning Network. It is in a way. So they do have parts of it where it's non-custodial, but they still do have a custodial aspect to it. So if you download a wallet right now, without creating a channel, they're creating a channel for you. So if you've heard of something like turbo channels, so what they're trying to do is they already have a channel and they're giving you that channel.
No, they're opening a channel to the LND that's running in your phone.
Okay. So I know they're using the Neutrino-based client on the back.
Yeah, but that's
So
for verification. For like interacting with Lightning Network, it's completely non-custodial. It runs actual LND on your phone.
okay.
And for
Okay.
funding, they use submarine swaps as well.
Well, I didn't know. I thought that they were half and half. I know they're moving towards trying not to be, but if they're fully non-custodial, then they're non-custodial. The whole point of it is just with these wallets that mine it's just for the user experience. There's other wallets that you can use that are a little bit more advanced. Like I'd say Eclair's wallet's a little bit more advanced, where you actually have to create the channel yourself with a node that you want to connect to. So they'll give you an Explorer view on their wallet. You can connect to a specific node, open a channel with them, and now you're into the Lightning Network. So for an easier use case, I would probably recommend the Blue or Breeze if you want to get into the Lightning Network. So there's other wallets and options too as well. So there's browser extensions, there's hardware devices. Like Casanode is a good hardware Lightning wallet. Jewel, which is a browser extension. Zap, I kind of have exclamation because I think Zap is doing really, really exciting things. So they're across the board on every type of OS that you can think of. Jack Mallers does a great user interface for Zap. So following him really closely, eventually I think he's going to have a really user-friendly wallet. But right now he's working a little bit more on connecting your own nodes. So how businesses can start accepting Lightning payments, so Neutronpay, so you can find all the information that you need there. So we provide plugins, API backends. So what we're just trying to focus on is just allowing businesses to continue what they do, which is sell products and services, while we just handle all the payments for them, while accepting, Bitcoin and Bitcoin Lightning, so that they can be a part of the new generation of spenders. That's kind of what we're focused on. And so this is more features. For running a Lightning node, this is more for power users and for business owners. So we're more focused on LND. The reason why we're more focused on LND because that's kind of our backend that we're using. We also test around with C Lightning and Eclair as well. So the stuff that's kind of in LND, a lot of stuff like Watchtower, static state backups, routing, loop, bolt, Sphinx. All this stuff doesn't really matter for any users because it's just all technical stuff, but it does matter to a lot of power users and people that are actually running a node itself. So what's coming next in the Lightning Network? So AMP, atomic multipathing, splicing, L2, which is Christian Decker's proposal for Lightning in the beginning. So that would be possible with short signatures, mass, and taproot with a soft fork. And so what can I do with Lightning? there's many things you can do with Lightning. So just like games, gambling, products, services, so anything that everyday use that you want to buy with regular fiat cash, you could do with Lightning. It's just that a lot of the businesses are slowly starting to accept this.
Say Starbucks, but Backed is partnering with Starbucks. So you think is Backed going to use Lightning?
I don't know if Back is going to use Lightning. Like I can't speak on for Back, whether they accept it or not. The reason why I just said Starbucks as an iteration is that there's other companies that are allowing you to not directly buy into Starbucks, but you can buy Starbucks gift cards. You know, like Bit Refill is a good one. The Fold app is another one. Lolly's another good one. So it's just kind of a segue into trying to get them to accept it. If Back does something with Starbucks,
Back is going to do something with Starbucks next year.
Okay, like I can't speak on for that. I mean, like if it's news, until it actually does happen, then okay, then it's actually real. But right now, if Back says that they are going to do it, in my mind, it's theoretical that they say they will do it. We don't know the inner workings of what that business plan is going to happen. So whether it does or it doesn't, Starbucks has the power to say I don't want to do it. So I would just wait until it actually comes out. I think the biggest component with a person who might be able to integrate with Starbucks would probably be Square Cash. They have a huge merchant processing. Jack Dorsey endorses Lightning Network. He could push that a little bit further than Back with Lightning. That's my kind of thought on it. So. So there's a marketplace for just a bunch of Lightning things that can happen. Mostly, unfortunately, mostly gambling. Bit Refill is a really good company that offers prepaid gift cards. They offer channel capacity. They offer prepaid phone refills and stuff like that. So they're doing really good stuff for the ecosystem, allowing people to spend with Bitcoin. And so when people ask why would I want to spend my Bitcoin, a lot of people are holders in this audience, I believe. But eventually people would want to spend for stuff, right? So there's people in, I would say, in the Southeast Asia part of the world that they're not holders. They need something to buy. And so they don't have banks, they don't have credit cards, but they do have Bitcoin and they have a mobile phone. So, Bit Refill does a really good job of enabling people like that in other parts of the region. So, and, like I said, gambling and everything else is on there, but you can go on, there's like a Lightning Network main store that you can check, and it's just a huge marketplace for this. And so these are the ones that I kind of listed too as well. So, Neutronpay is for payment provider for businesses. Y'all's is like a paywall for articles. Lightning Spin is gambling, obviously roulette. Lightning Pizza is really good too. I think Fold app does that right now. So it's only out of the US, which is really interesting. And then another one is, I talked about Bit Refill and Fold app. Fold app is really interesting with Lolly. So what they're trying to do is they're trying to entice people to, be familiar with Bitcoin, hopefully use Bitcoin Lightning too as well. So what they do is they have a general selection of merchants that they provide out to people, and if you buy products through them, they'll reward you with Bitcoins. So instead of their own reward points, they'll reward you with Bitcoin with 5% savings, and that's 5% of savings turned into Bitcoin, which is quite interesting. And then the last one is Polo Feed. So Polo Feed is you can feed chickens anywhere from around the world using Lightning, and it just literally, you send a payment, it confirms, and then some feed comes out and chickens start eating it. So it's pretty interesting. Another $1 billion idea is changing it from chickens to playing with cats. As soon as you play with cats, I'm pretty sure it's a multi-billion-dollar industry. You can feed catnip or something like that. I'm sure it would probably overdose, but I mean, it's a $1 billion industry. People would probably go that for sure. And so why would I use Lightning over regular Bitcoin? So these are the 3 things that we think is it's instant, it's inexpensive, and it's private. So a lot of people kind of miss the fact of the private and privacy aspect of Bitcoin. I think we're going to kind of like a world where everything's kind of open and no one really cares, and that's kind of dangerous. So people that just say I don't really care if people know what I buy online, it's kind of dangerous. So there was an article written by somebody who was looking at Venmo transactions, and they were posting it on Facebook, and a lot of people were okay with it, and they wanted to flex on how much they bought and where they bought it from. But then a big majority of people said, why are my transactions being posted on Facebook? I don't need you to know if I'm buying a coffee at Starbucks, or I'm doing my laundry here at a drying cleaning service, or buying some kind of, gift for my girlfriend. So that comes into question. So with Lightning, that kind of solves all that. So with Visa and MasterCard being able to see your transactions, Lightning is hopefully trying to be within that same realm of, conducting transactions and making it settle instantly, but while keeping your, keeping your privacy. And that's it. So. Any questions on Lightning?
Sorry. Hi. Would you say it would be better for privacy to do transactions through multi-hops rather than doing it through a direct channel?
If it's private, then no one knows anyway. But if it's on public, yeah, it's probably safer to do it through multiple hops. Forwarding a payment is probably a lot safer. Even with Lightning anyway, it confiscates the transaction history. So.
What's the cost to open up? What's the cost to open up a channel?
So right now it's quite low. If you want to get into the block, depending on how fast you want to open up the channel, you can go at the lowest. You can do 1 sat per byte, so that's quite low. I think it's under 10 cents. If you really wanted to get really quick into it, maybe 20 to 27 cents for a really quick transaction.
To open up a channel?
To open a channel, yeah.
And then once I close it, is it another?
Yeah, it's another. So there's only going to be 2 transactions on the Lightning Network. One is to open it, and one is to close it. Okay. So the idea of Lightning Network going forward is that you only have to open it. So with Loop it's called loop in and loop out. So what it is if you open up a channel and you depleted that channel with, say, a person that you're paying, you can use loop in or loop out to kind of, increase the capacity of that channel, or you can, if you've got so much capacity in the channel and you want to take it out, you can take the money out too as well. So you would never have to close that channel. You can keep it open consistently.
Okay. And then what happens during the peak transactions? Like when we had in 2017, when there was Bitcoin transactions costing like 75, 100 bucks and stuff. Is it still the cost to open up? If we have that scenario again, will it still cost like 10, 20 cents, or is it going to cost like 75 bucks?
Yeah, if we get to an attack like that where it's kind of just spamming the network and people are doing it for some political reason to increase the fees, yes, it would be expensive, and so that's why they're trying to push Lightning a little bit further. Is that when you open the channel, you don't need to close it, right? So you just need to open it once, and then you can use that feature loop in loop out to increase that capacity. So as we start moving along, and if people want to start spamming, the first layer blockchain, we already have enough capacity in the Lightning Network to, conduct and facilitate all the payments that we would need to online. So right now there's a governing limit, right? So each channel only has 0.16, rounded up 0.168 capacity of BTC, but that limit is going to be raised as we go along, right? So you can have, there's Sphinx that I'm talking about, which Roast Beef, he's kind of like the lead developer at L&D. You can have a specific client on there where you can have whatever Bitcoin you want to send between 2 parties. So that just shows you that there is a capacity for that.
Okay, so as of right now, let's say if I open up a Lightning channel with $100 capacity, and I want to increase it to $1,000, is there an additional cost, or do I just do that looping process you're talking about?
You just do that looping process.
So I can increase it to 1,000.
You can increase it to 1,000, yes.
Okay, so I appreciate clarifying that, because I misunderstood that part.
Yep.
Now, we tried to set up a Lightning node. Spent several weeks last year, and it was we just threw our arms up in the air like we just didn't care, But what is the easiest, like the absolute brain dead easiest, like most Asians are good in math and science, but what if you're one of those dummies that's not good in math and science to set it up?
I would say you could probably go with Casanode. Casanode does a really good LND Lightning node.
Yeah.
So they have everything encompassed in the package. Literally, they have all the presets for you. You literally buy it, you send it home. They have literally a form that it's like click next, and you just fill in the information that you want to, and then it has you on Lightning Network. So it has already everything kind of set up for you.
So like if you're in a Western country, you have access to buy the Lightning, the Casa node.
Yeah.
But I'm talking about like people that like may not have the ability to purchase that, and they want to set up a Lightning node. What is like? Is there Neutronpay or what is the absolute easiest for someone that's not very technical to set one up so they can start?
I mean, I mean, like there's packages out there that people are putting together that are really easy to run. There's still a learning curve, definitely, with starting a Lightning node, right? And it's not for everyone, right? So the general public is not going to really care about setting up a node, but maybe more hobbyists, enthusiasts, and power users, I would say, would want to use it. And so the people that are wanting to set up the node that are more power users and more, I guess, engineers and developers will have an easier time setting it up because they'll have tools like Docker and everything else that they can set up and easily script it out, right? For the regular user, it's a lot of reading, right? So it's a lot of trial and error because a lot of the people that want to set it up don't have that technical background, and Bitcoin is technical, right? Until we start bringing it a little bit more easier for people to start doing. It's still going to be difficult. So
is that difficulty coming from because it's just a technically difficult process to build software around, or is it just that the people are using it, or is it because the UI is just not easy for people to do?
It's not the UI. It's just it's more engineering, right? So engineers are just more or less just more built around the protocol and the structure, right? So they just care about. You can think of it as they just care about the building. They just want the foundation and everything to be secure, right? So anything that it makes it easy or the UI stuff is something that they really don't have in their mindset. They're just looking at trying to build something that's really robust and scalable, so it's usable, right? So the building can scale up, it can scale wide. That's all they really care about. I think this is where the UI guys come in, like the UX designers will come in, they'll layer on top of it, and they'll plug in their APIs on top. They'll get the calls, they'll pull what they need to pull, and then display it. So I think eventually, more and more UX guys will come in and say, "Hey, this is a cool product. It's finance. Let's make it beautiful," and they'll pull that. So they'll have a team of usually 2 guys. The guys will usually kind of like a DevOps type of guy. He'll build the backend stuff, and then the UX guy will build everything on top of it. So to answer your question. It's not easy yet. It still has its technicalities, but it's getting easier over time. So it's trying to educate people with, programming skills, kind of getting to know a little bit more of DevOps, understanding how it works on the back end. Is slowly coming. But for the general public, I would say it's not there yet.
So last thing, like once in a while, I'll see something on Reddit or one of the outlets, and they'll say, "Oh, so and so got hacked for 10 Bitcoins, 20 Bitcoins on Lightning," right? And it's hard to tell, like, is this fake news, or is this like the guys are against Lightning or putting out fake news, or is this real, or like, so when we hear things like that in the media or online, like, is that true? Is that false, or did that guy didn't know how to set up his Lightning node correctly? Can you clarify that?
Yeah. If you're referring to the guy who said he lost like 4 Bitcoin on the Lightning Network, that's like false news, right?
That's
so
fake news.
Fake news, yeah. So either he has some agenda to Lightning Network, because Lightning Network is tied to the Bitcoin network. So you can verify all the transactions. You can see who's been malicious, who's lost funds, who's done something, because it still has to close on the main layer. So you can see how many people, like, you can see how many Bitcoins have been lost, or who's been charged, or if he's lost anything, what channels have closed, if he's rebroadcasted an old database of, a channel state, and then he's been penalized for it and he lost all those Bitcoins. And even with looking at all the transactions, like someone went through it and looked through all of them and said, doesn't even add up to 4 Bitcoins. It maybe adds up to, I think the last one it added up to, 0.2 something of a Bitcoin. But still, that wasn't even confirmed if that was his Bitcoin that he lost. It could have been an aggregate of somebody else, like, I left my node running for 3 months. I didn't take care of it. And now the people that are connecting to me have closed all my channels, right? And then I decided to go back into the node and then rebroadcast my database of all my channels. And everyone says you're wrong. So then I get penalized. So I lose all my funds, right?
So I wasn't aware of that.
Yeah.
So if you and I open a channel with each other,
Yeah.
and like you say, I leave it there for 3 months, I don't do it, I don't maintain it, I don't even look at it, and then you get tired of it and you close that, so I lose the Bitcoins that I have in there?
No. So I'll do a close on the channel because I see that you're inactive for 3 months. And so we'll close, and there's a time period of how many blocks that actually gets closed, and then I take my funds back. And you you keep yours.
Oh,
So whatever you put into the chain. So for example, if you set something up through me and I see that's an inactive channel, I just close it, but you still get your funds. But if you're trying to do something malicious where you stood up a channel and you paid something, and then you try to rebroadcast an old channel database saying that you never paid me, then you get penalized.
And that's when I lose my Bitcoin.
That's when you lose your Bitcoin, yes.
And is that what happened with that individual, or?
Well, that individual, not too sure, like he wasn't really clear on what he did, because you can't lose 4 Bitcoin on a network if there's a limit governing of 0.167, right? So you just can't lose. It's impossible because it's, you know what I mean? So
Understood.
so it depends on like what he was doing. If he had, you know, the question could be, he had like 4 channels that were all maxed out, and then he did something.
Okay.
But
Well, thanks for clarifying that, because it was really hard to tell if that was fake news or if that was real or what.
Like I said, like you can verify all this stuff on the first layer blockchain because it still has to close, right? So.
Or what part of the what part of the Taproot proposal is L2 dependent upon?
So I think it's more or less on the signatures. So I think it's more dependent on the Schnorr signatures than on Taproot. I could be wrong on that, but I know that L2 was supposed to be the primary kind of proposal for Lightning, but the community just kind of gravitated towards the Lightning proposal by Joseph and Thaddeus. But L2 is just his proposal on L2 was the way we do channel states right now is that, so you and I have a ledger, right? And we just keep updating it, right? So a person can come back and say, you know, this is where a bad actor can come in and say, I want to, you know, broadcast an old channel database between you and I. And this is where kind of the watchtowers come into play now too, right? To make sure that we're up to date, right? So that I'm not trying to cheat you, you're not trying to cheat me. And so L2 just says, every time we update a new, you know, transaction on a ledger, let's just delete all the old stuff. So now we know that we're up to date. You can't just be broadcasting old stuff. So that's part of the L2 proposal. And I think L2 is also, there's some mechanisms in L2 that I can't really get into because I haven't, you know, he keeps adding on to what needs to be put into L2.
They're also getting rid of the penalties? Is that part of it?
I don't know if they're going to get rid of the penalties. I think what they're trying to do is, with L2. Okay, there's no penalties, but I think.
With the L2 model, after you broadcast the initial first closed channel transaction, the only transaction that can spend it in the current model is that it's a bit complicated, but basically the second transaction, the newest one always can replace the previous one, right? While in the current model you can do that. So if you try to cheat, you reveal a secret. If you reveal it and somebody has like a next transaction in a state, they can just claim all of the funds. With L2, there is no risk of that because you can just replace that other transaction. That's it. And I just wanted to add one more thing about costs of opening channels. Even today, it's possible to open like 200 channels using a single Bitcoin transactions. So if the fees go up, somebody would be able to create a service where they open 200 channels to people and charge everybody a very small fee for that. Any other questions?
Okay, seems no more questions. Okay, then thank you, Albert, for the talk. As mentioned, We also at the moment are working on setting up for the Bitcoin Saigon community Lightning node. So if you also want to tinker around with it a bit in practice and don't just listen to all these theoretical talks all the time about it, join the meetups in the coming weeks. We will look with the help of Albert and also Tomo, who helped to set up the node, to get people up to speed, what apps to use, and yeah, maybe send them their first transactions on the Lightning Network. Thanks again, Albert. Handing over to the next speaker. This topic is going to be about privacy in Bitcoin. As many of you might remember, like Bitcoin in the beginning was like marketed a lot like, oh, you can do anonymous transactions on the internet. That turned out not to be really true. A lot of people also got some painful realizations when they were thinking that they are anonymous doing their Bitcoin transactions, and later on found out, actually that's not really how it works. So Bitcoin transactions at the moment are actually kind of transparent. Especially if you don't really know what you're doing. There's quite a few companies out there these days, like Chainalysis and a few others, who make good money by trying to tracking down where your Bitcoins are moving to. Leo will be talking today about like, okay, what can be done about this? Where's Bitcoin moving in the next couple of years to bring more privacy into Bitcoin?
Thank you, Dominic. Yes. So Bitcoin privacy, I think, has always been a bit of a complicated topic, partly because it not only depends on what the technology is able to do, but it also depends on how we use this technology and how we use different ways to circumvent tracking methods and how we communicate with each other. And that has changed a lot over the last years. I think the last time I very thoroughly talked about this was in 2015, and just looking back at slides from then, things have changed quite massively. Also positively, because the way we, the options that we have changed quite a lot, and the outlook that we have, I think right now looks quite positive. There is a lot of, I'm not going so much to talk about privacy coins and all these other ideas, even though a lot of them are also very interesting. But of course, privacy also depends a bit on our anonymity set. We are, we want to be private, but by being private, we usually want to become indistinguishable from another group of people. So if we all wore masks right now, then possibly we would be indistinguishable from each other, but we would still be one of the people who are in this room. If we are online, then that anonymity set is a lot larger, right? We can be one of millions that are online. And so when we, today when we try to launder money, hypothetically, then we might actually not want to turn to Bitcoin still. Not because Bitcoin doesn't give us enough privacy, but mainly because being anonymous within that subset of Bitcoin users might not be anonymous at all. So we then could be easily identifiable, right? The easy example to use is you're going to a website that accepts Bitcoin and you're making an anonymous purchase. But in reality, you're that one guy who paid with Bitcoin. It's very easy to probably remember you if you walked into a store, if you walked into a cafe, and then everybody remembers you as the person who paid with Bitcoin. And so you might still want to opt into whatever other people are using if you really want to be anonymous. And that can be quite difficult if we are in a place like mainland China, where everybody is using WeChat Pay and Alipay, because then even using cash might make us identifiable as that one person that tried to pay with cash and caused this massive panic because nobody knew how to open the cash register anymore, and things like this. I think, let's see if this is now working. Otherwise, I do remember from memory the first slides, because privacy also requires a bit of a definition. Usually when I talk about privacy, I talk about you being in control of your own data and you being in control of your own identity. So it's not so much that privacy equals everything has to be hidden all the time, and privacy means everything has to always be encrypted. But privacy just means that you consciously choose what you want to reveal. And that can also mean that privacy includes options for you to be transparent. And in that way, Bitcoin is very easy to explain how it's very private, how it gives you control over your own data, because there isn't really another method or another system where you can consciously reveal and mathematically prove that a certain transfer happened or that certain funds exist. That's really only possible in Bitcoin. The amount of auditing and testing that's required to show that you have gold and that gold has been tested is quite immense and expensive, and even then still requires some kind of trust in third-party auditing groups. If I don't know if we can now move over. Otherwise, we can also try to do that manually. I'm the annoying guy who brought a PDF instead of a. Does it work? Does it? If you go, what is it? F5? F5 starts the presentation and then it should. Yeah, but PDF can also do F5, right? At least in most. Yeah, okay. If it's in the browser, probably not. Otherwise, I can also give the presentation here from the back. So this is I don't know if you all recognize it. This is actually from the Bitcoin white paper. And Satoshi does very early on talk about privacy in Bitcoin. And he mainly characterizes the privacy challenges as switching the separation of the separation of where information gets hidden away. So in the traditional system, your identities are tied to your transactions. Your transactions are carried out by trusted third parties, and the public doesn't know what's happening here because the counterparty simply doesn't tell them and keeps that under tabs. In Bitcoin, we separate the identities from the transactions, but there's no way to really hide our transactions from the public. And now maintaining this barrier is our responsibility. In the traditional privacy model, it's up to the counterparty. We have to kind of hope that the counterparty does this properly. And in Bitcoin now, it's our responsibility to keep our identity separate from transactions. And that can sometimes be relatively difficult. If we go to maybe I can move it, or I don't know what the best is. For example, when we, the one risk when we broadcast our transactions, we somehow need to inject them here into this network. And depending on how we are set up, whoever hears about our transaction first is able to identify who made that transaction. For example, which IP address. And of course, if you do that properly, then it's relatively easy to hide. You can set up your Bitcoin node in the Tor network, and you can connect to various other nodes, and they will have no idea of who you really are. And all the knowledge they have is somebody in the Tor network just made this transaction, which is close to zero information. But in reality, in the way that we engage with Bitcoin on a day-to-day basis, a lot of us don't have this option, or a lot of us don't exercise this option. For example, your Tor proxy might not be set up on your computer, and you don't know how to, or you haven't bothered to, and you might then still connect to one of these data crawling nodes on a network. Or if you're on your mobile phone, then you might not have the option to have a SOX proxy. And even then, in a lot of mobile wallets, you kind of hand your transaction to the wallet provider first. And that wallet provider then hands it over to this network. And of course, then if you're inside of this network, you might be able to easily guess, oh, this came from the IP address of Copay, and then you can go to Copay and maybe ask them for more information. And so the way of how do we inject a message into this network can be quite difficult depending on who we are and what kind of access we have. For example, if we have very low internet, if we have very, in the discussion from, where's Neil? We talked about not having internet, and keeping in touch with the network anonymously is very easy, right? We can use the satellite, and the satellite provider has no idea where we are. They just blindly broadcast that signal to planet Earth, but getting a message out can be very difficult because then suddenly we need to use SMS gateways, or we need to, again, have like some kind of other third party that receives the transaction for us. The very core of the issue, and I think also the most interesting part, has to do with the UTXO model of Bitcoin. So I think most of you are quite, already quite understand well of what this UTXO model is, but I do want to give a quick recap in how, so we for some reason imagine in Bitcoin transactions to be like checks, and these checks are not so much linked to accounts, they're not so much linked to names, but they're simply linked to previous checks. So if you want to spend your Bitcoin, you have to receive Bitcoin first, or you have to create Bitcoin first. And this creation transaction is sort of the first check. And you now have this check, and if you want to spend it, you create a second check that kind of references in this from part which check it previously spends. And so if we follow all the transactions through the Bitcoin blockchain, we can all trace them back through which hands they kind of traveled all the way back to when they were created. And this this is now something where we have to prevent from somebody actively following that chain. And that's very difficult because, of course, I know which transactions I own, for example. I know which stack of checks I have in my wallet. And now when I went to spend one, I, for myself, can make that mark of I'm making a transfer to Neil. And that gives me the 100% certainty of that one address that Neil has. And now whenever I can now wait, and the one other thing that I can tell with 100% certainty is at what time Neil is again spending this money that I gave him. But of course, in that case, so in this case, you have a transaction that has 12.5 Bitcoins, right? That's kind of how the block reward is currently. So if I gave Neil these 12.5 Bitcoins, he would probably not spend them all at once, but he would want to spend them maybe only 1 Bitcoin at a time. So his transaction would very likely look like splitting the check into, well, creating a new transaction that has 2 rows here. In the to field, he spends 1 Bitcoin to the cruise ship company that sells him this amazing tour, and 11.5 Bitcoin back to himself. And now I can kind of only make a 50-50% guess on whether Neil is spending 11.5 Bitcoin or 1 Bitcoin, even though I'll go into some examples of where it's a bit easier to tell that even. And so now, as this transaction goes further and further away from me, I can be less and less certain of where that money is currently and who owns it. But if you enrich that information with a lot of other sources, you might be able to, quite accurately figure out where that money is flowing. For example, because I'm also in bed with BitPay, and then the cruise ship company that Neil was booking a cruise with is using BitPay, and then BitPay can kind of tell me, right? And so on and on and on. Especially if we go to the next slide, and we look at go to the, if we look at the, did I have a slide there? Yeah, that's a part of the, so that's a good example of where you can, maybe with a bit of a higher chance, tell where the money is going, because you have this very, very unround number, it's a very odd number, and it gets split into a round number and the remaining amount. So likely somebody here is paying 0.02 Bitcoin. We can also, in other cases, just use the current exchange rate and try to find out, oh, that's roughly $99. That's more likely to be a purchase than the other one at $237.63. But otherwise we can guess the chance. So in case where, if we go to the next slide, we also have a lot of cases where you want to spend more than the largest check that you have in your stack contains. So in this case, somebody has 0.1 Bitcoin, received 0.1 Bitcoin at some point in the past, and 0.45 Bitcoin at some point in the past, but they want to spend more than that. And in this case, we can tell a lot more about the transaction than we can before. So one, imagine I'm the one who maybe a few weeks ago gave Neil exactly that amount. And I know that this is his address because he told me, right? He told me, please pay me to this address. So now not only do I know that Neil owns this address, because he bundles them together, I now also know he owns the other address because they're both signed in one transaction. And in addition, I know that this 0.55 Bitcoin, that's the payment he's making, and this is the change. Because if it was the other way around, if he was really making a payment of 0.01 Bitcoin, then he wouldn't have had to tie these two transactions together. And that's kind of how most wallets today function. That's how most transactions are being formed. And because almost everybody uses systems like that, we can make these assumptions about these addresses, and we can learn quite a lot from how people behave. For example, we can go to a Bitcoin ATM and make a test payment, and that way we know with 100% certainty of one address at the very least that this Bitcoin ATM controls, and we know the change address, and then we can follow again when is the next transaction being made. We can maybe even follow the transactions a bit further, and at the end of the month have a good estimate of how many people have been using this ATM, what's the turnover, maybe even see things like profit margins. And yeah, if we go to the next, we have a lot of data that we can enhance our investigations with, because we might have access to data from a block explorer, where you enter your own Bitcoin address into the block explorer because you want to know how many Bitcoins, whether a transaction has already happened, whether a transaction is already confirmed. So that's a lot of intelligence that lies with these companies, because very likely if you enter a Bitcoin address that has never received a transaction, and shortly after a transaction appears in that address, then you are either the one receiving the payment or the one making the payment. And maybe because you're also logged into Facebook at the same time, there is a way to find out who you are. You might also, before you tell somebody, before somebody can make a payment to you, you need to somehow communicate your address to that person. You might use a chat app, or you might use email. And in all these communication tools, there might be a trail where, yeah, simply because the address is being communicated before it exists on the blockchain, you are responsible either as a payer or as a sender. We can also never be sure exactly how much analytics our Bitcoin wallets are sending to analytics companies or to investigators, where, yeah, potentially a lot of identifying information could be moved over. Just gonna have a bit of water, but we move to the next slide. And for us now to successfully hide transactions, we need to either do that for ourselves, but if we want to make Bitcoin more private, we need to do that for everybody else. And we need to break what's called this common input ownership heuristic. So in the slide earlier, where we had these two inputs tied together, we were able to make an assumption that both of these inputs are owned by the same individual, because that's how all the wallets work. But if we can make enough wallets work differently, if we can, and for enough wallets, create this doubt that these two inputs are not owned by the same person, then we can break the blockchain analytics for actually a large portion of the blockchain, because then then it's entirely possible that in this case, Neil was, even if he was using a standard wallet, there is now doubt that maybe he was using a wallet that does things differently, and then the other input is maybe not his, and the outputs might be also not his in the same way. So I'm gonna introduce four ideas. I think the first two are probably the most interesting: CoinJoin, pay-to-endpoint swaps, and then eventually look at how Lightning also challenges this heuristic. So in CoinJoin, we make a single large transaction among all of us in the room. So instead of every one of us making our own transaction, we kind of come together, we create our own little network, and we all plug our transactions together. Depending on how we plug them together, of course, this is a big, there's a lot written about Mimblewimble this last 2 weeks about exactly the problem, that we still need to figure out exactly how to tie this transaction together, right? Because somebody needs to start, and somebody is able to maybe observe how all these transactions are being put together. But even ignoring that problem, with a very standard CoinJoin transaction, we still have a massive problem in that the inputs are all going to be different, and this is something that we can never really change. But the outputs might sum together in a way that we can still uniquely identify them. Just because of how many combinations there are to add these numbers together, we can probably estimate that this 1 Bitcoin and this 0.7 Bitcoin probably, or in some cases we can even definitely say that, are the outputs relating to that one input of 1.7 Bitcoin. Simply because there's no other way to add these numbers together on the right side that they would come up with 1.5 or 1.7. So for CoinJoin to work, we always need to standardize the outputs. So if we go to the next one, if we say, we all now come together in a room, but we have to make, each one of us has to at least make one transaction of exactly 1 Bitcoin. Then now there's so many different ways to add all these numbers together that we can't really tell who owns this 1 Bitcoin from all these participants. We can probably still tell from a bit of change, because that 0.7 Bitcoin that's left over probably still belongs to that blue fella here. But we then have to just simply consider these 0.7 Bitcoins to be still tied to an identity, while the other ones, we don't really know who owns these. And that's a still relatively popular and effective way to hide the origin of funds or hide the destination of funds. There's one wallet that currently does so as a business model, and that's Wasabi. So in Wasabi wallet, you can you pay a fee, and this Wasabi wallet company acts as a maker of these transactions. You don't really risk your funds being lost, because you will only sign, so this entire transaction, it's one big block of data, right? It has a lot of signatures. Basically, it has one signature from each output that's involved, but you as a signatory will of course only sign your part of the transaction if you can verify that the outputs really go to you. So the risk of losing money in those is very, very minuscule. But especially in that case, there's still a bit of a risk that whoever puts these transactions together might sell that information later, or might even collect that information, or might use that information against you. And of course, there's some ways that Wasabi is trying to create this trust among people. A lot of this trust also comes from building the software in this open source software in a way that you can really verify that your software will connect to Wasabi in a way that Wasabi cannot find out too much about you. But the most important information, which inputs belong to which outputs, that's still something that Wasabi is able to tell. So then we want to look at the next option, which is a much more very creative, on also relatively newly discussed idea on how to just break that connection between inputs and outputs. So this would be a standard transaction. Alice, famous Alice, wants to pay Bob a Bitcoin. She has one UTXO worth 3 Bitcoin. And in a standard transaction, that 3 Bitcoin would be the input, and there would be 2 outputs, one of 1 Bitcoin and one of 2 Bitcoins. But we can change this transaction a little bit by having Alice and Bob communicate a little bit. And Bob now, even though he's the one receiving Bitcoin, he already has Bitcoin. He already has 5 Bitcoin in a transaction, and he can add this transaction into the mix to confuse the observer of how much Bitcoin is really being transferred. So in this case, Alice and Bob will put in 1 Bitcoin, and will put in their Bitcoin, 3 and 5. And this transaction now will have 2 outputs. So Bob gets the 5 Bitcoin that he put in, plus 1 of the Bitcoin that Alice wants to pay him, and Alice gets the change back. This has the disadvantage for Alice that the entire transaction might become a little bigger. Right before it only had 1 input, only 1 signature. Now it has 2 inputs and 2 signature. So there's also going to be a little bit more of a transaction fee being paid, but it has the advantage for Bob that Bob now already has only 1 input. So he already consolidated these inputs, and he later doesn't have to worry about putting them all together. But here's an observer, right? We have 3, 5, 6, and 2. There's not really any way of telling of whether there's like 1 Bitcoin being transferred here. Because this looks like a very normal transaction in which these 2 inputs are both owned by the same individual, and that somebody pays 6 Bitcoin out and receives 2 in change. And as an observer, as if we were to look at this transaction today, where all the wallets function in the way they currently do, we would reach a very wrong conclusion about who is paying who. And that would, if used just maybe 5%, if just 5 or 10% of transactions were using a protocol like this, it would already make it very difficult for analytical companies to sell their reports, simply because it casts this little bit of doubt everywhere. The big disadvantage that the whole thing has is that Alice and Bob need to communicate with each other to make this happen. And actually, Bob needs to reveal a transaction to a UTXO to Alice for the entire thing to get rolling. But once Bob reveals his UTXO, Alice could simply run away with that information. She doesn't actually never have to sign that transaction either. And that's a bit where things get a bit difficult, where you either again have an element of trust, but in the case of, let's assume that BTC Pay wanted to do this, right? BTC Pay could implement a system like that, but then on exactly how the merchant and the buyer communicate with each other, so that the merchant doesn't accidentally reveal all their UTXO, is not too easy. There are some good proposals that create these negotiation protocols, and that would kind of allow Bob to only lose his privacy in a small percentage of cases, but yeah, some risk remains. So now we look at swaps. So swaps, as they're done currently, don't preserve your privacy very well, because usually you make two transactions that are both dependent on the revelation of a secret, and this secret is the same then on both transactions. And so, yes, we can make atomic swaps across chains or on the same chain in a way that only both transactions happen either together or none at all. But to do this with the protection of privacy, we need to have, again, some kind of agreement with two parties that communicate with each other and only use this atomic swap kind of as a backup. So they would first create these atomic swap transactions, reveal the secrets to each other, but then not broadcast them, and instead make traditional transactions of I give Neil a Bitcoin, Neil gives me one of his Bitcoin, and now whoever was following the trail of Neil's Bitcoin kind of arrives with me and again reaches very wrong conclusions about where the money is or where the money is going. And then finally, we want to look at the Lightning Network, because with the Lightning Network, you are able to send money through the network without anybody being able to really follow this, right? So you have a Bitcoin that you want to kind of hide the origin of. You already have a Lightning node because you're an early adopter who is excited about this technology. So you might be Alice in this case. Alice now wants to fund their own wallet in an anonymous way. And Alice can simply spin up a second Lightning node, right? So Alice can come up here and there's this green bee and connect to somebody on the other side of the network. Fund this with, let's say, a Bitcoin, and then this could be a private channel, right? These could also be private channels. And then sort of make an invoice to herself from her main node to the other node. And then the money might move somewhere in between this network. Can't really predict exactly how. We might also not be able to observe exactly how, but eventually the money is spendable from Alice's main Lightning wallet, and the now empty Lightning wallet that she spun up just for this exercise can now be closed. And now these funds are closed into Carol's wallet, and this like UTXO, there's absolutely no UTXO connection between Alice and between her old node. Depending on how this looks like, Carol might now be stuck with some dirty coins, which may or may not create problems for Carol. But if we, but for some observer, this might not be possible at all. What comes after? So there are some interesting, exciting ideas on how this can be further improved. So all of what I just talked about is something that's possible today. You can use Wasabi Wallet to join CoinJoin transactions. You can create transactions that, like pay-to-endpoint transactions where you kind of create like a CoinJoin transaction between who is receiving your funds and you. I've already tried out the sending myself some funds privately through Lightning. That all works. There are some ideas, some improvements of the Bitcoin protocol especially, that could make other privacy improvements possible. The reason why I've added Schnorr to that list is that in a Schnorr signature, the size of, let's say, all of us here in this side of the room create a CoinJoin transaction, then each of us would have to add a signature. But if we created a Schnorr signature, the total size of that one signature would be smaller than the sum of all the smaller signatures we would have created before. And that means that this transaction is now cheaper than it was before. And this transaction of us making 10 transactions in one Schnorr transaction being cheaper than 10 times the size of each one of these transactions mean we have some kind of natural incentive to do this. Because we, as profit maximizing individuals, even if we don't value privacy, and even if we don't want to launder our money, we would still engage with this simply because it reduces our transaction fee. For the same reason that we take part in SegWit transactions, it makes it slightly cheaper for us. We have some incentive. But that means that now everybody who seeks privacy is able to hide in this much, much larger anonymity set and is able to profit from everybody else sort of also wearing masks for comfort reasons, right? The confidential transactions idea is something that I'm a little bit not less enthusiastic about, but a little bit less confident about, so to say, because upgrading the Bitcoin protocol to support transactions that are essentially where the amounts are encrypted. So instead of having the inputs and outputs perfectly transparent in a confidential transaction, you simply add a mathematical proof that proves they are the same, right? So you kind of just prove that in this transaction, you have not created additional money. And then you can, similar to Zcash, simply send that money around from address to address without anybody really knowing how much exactly you sent. And that makes it much, much easier to protect who owns which wallet too. But there's this large debate of what if there's a bug in there and we actually are able to create extra Bitcoin with inside of these confidential transactions, then how are we ever going to know, right? How is anybody except for the one profiting from this going to know? And in Bitcoin, there's a very strong, the 21 million limit is usually held in much higher regard and it's usually seen as much more important than the need for privacy. And the last is something I haven't mentioned in my talk. It's something that would be relatively possible. A clusterfuck wallet is a wallet that creates transactions that look very unusual and that kind of throw investigators off because they might have additional outputs. They might mix inputs in very odd ways. But eventually the cost of all of this is extra block space. And whoever is doing that is going to be doing that really purely for privacy reasons, meaning you kind of stick out when you do that, right? It's kind of like it's kind of like waving a big black flag in the masses and saying, come look at me, I'm trying to stay anonymous. I think we do have a few minutes for questions. I think there's nothing. I think the last one is just my contact information. Yeah. So feel free to write me anytime or find me here later or at the social. Now, questions about privacy. Yes. Yeah, they would. Would confidential
just sorry for the question. Generally, it's good if you can use it because we're also recording it and putting it all online so that we have later the full sound.
Our presenter has informed me that confidential transactions would require a hard fork.
Yes. So there would need to be a new transaction type, and that seems very unlikely to happen. Yeah. Maybe somebody who has more knowledge would now correct me and say it would be possible to have a soft fork.
With the
I'm not confident.
With the upcoming Taproot proposal regarding the Merkle tree, in the review process, the team that I'm on has sort of understood that there's a possibility of on the application layer of sort of defrauding users of understanding the breadth of that Merkle tree, so you can have a broader Merkle tree than the counterparties are aware of. And I'm just curious if there are any perhaps proofs that can at least demonstrate to the participants that indeed this Merkle tree has the breadth that they're aware of, I guess you can say.
Not without revealing all the possible outcomes. And the point of the Merkle tree would be to kind of hide some outcomes, right?
Yeah. But to the
so for privacy implications, Taproot is interesting because you are able to make transactions that harm your privacy in the event that they have to be really settled on chain, right? You have a channel close, and that channel close might reveal, for example, the hash, right? The secret. And if you're creating like a swap, you want to maintain privacy with a swap, you could create all these outputs, but then if you are able to close consensually, kind of discard all these security options because they're not needed and because you don't really want to reveal them. But not so much like Taproot enables some privacy ideas too, but mainly it's a way to have more complicated smart contracts and more complicated ways of handling Lightning channels without having to add so much data to the Bitcoin blockchain. Yeah. Any other questions about how to remain anonymous online? Yes, Richard.
So my question would really be more not from a technical perspective, but like a user experience. Like a lot of people think privacy is not worth it right now because it makes you stand out if you're the only one doing it, and so all of your coins are mixed, but nobody else's are. What's the solution to encourage people to do this? I think the Schnorr, as you talked about earlier, with reducing the cost is big, but is there any other way to convince people that they need to be doing this despite standing out maybe right now?
So the pay-to-endpoint proposal is one where people could opt in without really standing out because the transaction will look very, very standard. And the benefits are very much to hide in this large sea of standard transactions. It's hard to convince people to use CoinJoin on a large scale because it costs them extra money. And why should they invest this extra money into privacy they don't value? For wallets, if wallets like Wasabi had the option to make Schnorr transactions on the blockchain, then Wasabi could advertise itself as just being cheaper. For other things, I do think that as Lightning becomes a little bit more popular, as Lightning wallets become a little bit more easier, that alone adds a lot of privacy to the Bitcoin network because there the privacy benefits are aligned with the economical benefits. If I go to a Bitcoin ATM, I do want to receive the Satoshis in my Lightning wallet because it's an instant transaction and it carries almost no fees. In the same way that if I want to spend them again at a bar, then I want to spend them as Lightning because it's instant and it carries no fees. And in neither of these two transactions, there's anything to observe for Chainalysis. And it's very difficult for them to then link these channel openings and closings to proper economic activity, which is essentially what they're trying to police. Right? They're trying to police the money flowing around and not the money being locked up in smart contracts.
I just want to get back to PayJoins for a second, that they actually allow merchants to do like consolidation as they go. They don't end up like they do right now with a bunch of UTXOs that then they need to like link all together.
Yeah.
So that's also a good win.
Yeah. So a merchant in this case could offer to pay for the transaction fee if pay to endpoint is being implemented, which is something that, which if the merchant wants the privacy or if the merchant wants the consolidation or values that consolidation quite a bit, can become very, very attractive. Or even just dividing the transaction fees in half, would be probably enough for for users to demand to use BTC Pay over BitPay.
Yeah, I just remembered one more thing. I spoke with Adam from Join Market some time ago, and he had a cool idea to, when you make a coin join, one of the outputs or multiple of the outputs are actually opening Lightning Network channels with like balances on both sides, which becomes really hard to like figure out because you can't do Sudoku, right? Because you don't really know like where the initial balance ends up even. So that's also awesome.
Yeah, that way you can also create transactions that like just appear to be two-sided transactions, and nobody knows how much of that is yours. One more question, and then I think we have to hand over in time to the next speaker. But yeah, find me anytime, even if you just want to talk about privacy, or if you just want to talk about the Lightning Network. Thank you.
Okay, seems no more questions. Then thank you, Leo, for this very comprehensive overview over the current status and the future developments regarding privacy in Bitcoin. One short announcement here for the local community. We have Matteo here in the audience, who is looking, maybe just say yourself a few words.
Hi, my name's Matteo. Have you seen most online video content for cryptocurrencies or blockchain? It's all mostly shit. It's some dude on his laptop going like, "Hey guys, let me not give you investment advice," you know. Okay, so I'm a Bitcoin geek, just like all of you. I just happen to be a cinematographer. I have experience running TV shows and making TV commercials and all this kind of stuff. Dominic can confirm that I've been behind wanting to make a podcast / TV show / Shark Tank / talk show. Technically, it's pretty much free for me to make happen. I've got the camera's crew and everything. We can make it at a super high production value. The problem is finding a host. It's not as simple as it might sound. I don't know if you're familiar with Joe Rogan's podcast. He's an incredibly good host. You know, at times he'll be like, whoa, man. Like, he just replies like this, but he does know how to engage in a conversation. And I'm currently looking for a host. So if you are, or if you think you know the kind of person that would be able to do this, be a host for a podcast related to crypto, it has to be somebody with good charisma, loads of knowledge on cryptocurrencies, obviously. And well, that's it. I'm just making a call for if any of you want to reach me or know somebody that could do this, please send them to me. I would love to tell them about the idea. To make it clear, this is not a free project. This is super easy to monetize. Production value definitely would be there. So it's a possibility. Yeah, I would just like to make a call for that.
Thank you, Matteo. And yeah, as said, I can confirm he definitely has some skills regarding movie making, just needs to find the host. We have... Yeah, just talk to him now if you want to get in touch. Otherwise, I mean, also in the community, a lot of people have its contacts. So now leading over to our next speaker, Richard. You have seen him already in the morning at the panel regarding like the Bitcoin communities. Based in Beijing, running the Bitcoin Meetup over there in Beijing, has started in the industry like with OKCoin back in the day. Also moved on these days to Blockstream. Working there right now, focus on Liquid, which is like the commercial sidechain produced by Blockstream, which is also seen as maybe one possible scaling solution, because we have seen, like especially in the last bull market, a lot of transactions which happen on chain are actually happening between different exchanges. We also saw this, a lot of people coming to us, converting their fiat currency into Bitcoin and moving it to BitMEX or whatever. And there possibly a sidechain which is focused on the exchanges could help to offload quite a bit of the transaction load. Richard will give you kind of the status quo, where it stays, where it's going. And yeah, welcome to the stage, Richard.
Thank you. So I think Dominic's basically explained Liquid, so you've done my job already, right? So yes, I've just recently joined Blockstream maybe 2 months ago, and as Dominic mentioned, I'm focused on Liquid. I'm here today just to talk a little bit about an overview of what Liquid is, how it works, and what we think it's going to be used for in the future. I think I've got some slides coming. Yes, okay, good. Okay, great. So yeah, a little bit about me. I'm Director of Sales and Integrations at Blockstream. I've been into Bitcoin now for quite some time, and previously at OKCoin back in the day in Beijing, before doing my own thing, Remitsi, moving on to Wire, now Blockstream. Sorry about this. Okay, so I'm not sure how many people know about Blockstream, but we've got either a good name or a terrible name in the industry, depending on who you are. And if you call it Bitcoin Cash or Bcash, then that will depend on whether you like our company or not. So we have a lot of products, and a lot of these products are sometimes quite confusing to a lot of people, just because it sometimes seems like they can be all a bit over the place. But actually, there is, I'm beginning to think, a logic behind all of these products. So for those that you don't know, we've got a data feed, which is all about cryptocurrencies. We've got a satellite, Blockstream satellite, which Neil's talked about. We've got our Explorer, called Explorer, which helps you to kind of monitor the blockchain. So just like whatever your favorite blockchain explorer is, blockchain.info runs on that. We've got Blockchain Green, which is our kind of wallet. We've got the Lightning network implementation, C Lightning. And I don't know what else we've got. Simplicity is our smart contracting language. But when you come to kind of realize what all of these feed into, they all actually feed into what we're building on Liquid. So our Explorer, our wallet, our blockchain Explorer can be used to explore the Liquid blockchain. Our Blockstream Green wallet can help with Liquid-based transactions, and it has multi-sig, which is being used more and more in Liquid. Simplicity allows smart contracting, again, on the Liquid chain. So these are all coming together under Liquid. So yeah, in terms of what is Liquid, as mentioned, it's a side chain. So what that means is that we're a chain without a native token. So unlike all of the other chains that come along, we don't have our own coin. We just use Bitcoin. So the way that works is that Bitcoin is pegged into the network, and then it can freely flow within that chain. So it's built on something called Elements, which is our open source software designed for sidechains. And yeah, so once you've plugged in Bitcoin, then it allows you to do a block time of just 1 minute, and we can have final settlements within 2 blocks. The reason for this is because it's all enforced on the network level by hardware, which I'll go on to talk about in a little bit. One other thing to note is it supports Lightning. So not only are you on a separate layer on the sidechain, that sidechain also supports Lightning. So any kind of transactions within that sidechain also can be made via Lightning. So obviously the reason for having this, one of the big reasons at least, is for settling, as Dominic mentioned, between exchanges. We think that when the next big bull run happens, or if the next big bull run happens, we're going to see a lot more kind of activity on chain, and hopefully some of that activity is going to come off chain, meaning the main chain gets saved for more useful transactions. So here are sort of 4 of the kind of main sort of use cases. Obviously, fast final settlements, just mentioned there. But we've also got confidential transactions. So people have been mentioning that earlier today. Leo mentioned it obviously just now. Whether or not it will ever get implemented in Bitcoin, I don't know, but it's already on Liquid sidechain. So we know it can be done. And obviously, I should mention that Liquid, the sidechain itself, is built based on a fork of Bitcoin. When I say fork, I mean a fork of the software, not a consensus fork. So confidential transactions are already working there. So that means that the amounts of the transactions and where those transactions are going are all blinded. So you cannot actually see kind of what is happening on the chain. At the same time, obviously, there's the proofs that exist that you know that no money is being created out of thin air. The other thing that we're seeing happening on Liquid is secure tokenization, which means in the main case now, Tether. And I think, again, that was something that was brought up by Koji earlier, talking about Tether. Now, I should mention that Tether, their issuance isn't confidential, because that really probably wouldn't make any sense if you just assumed that Tether could just print money out of thin air. I'm sure they don't do that. So the amount is not confidential, but when you're actually making a transaction, then you can't see what that transaction amount is, and you can't even see it's for Tether. You just know it's a liquid asset. So if you take an example, which I grabbed off the blockstream.info block explorer just yesterday, you're going to have a hard time kind of parsing that transaction and trying to work out what's happening there. The inputs are confidential, the outputs are confidential. You don't know whether it's liquid Bitcoin, you don't know whether it's Tether. All you can see is that the transaction fee that's been paid, that needs to be unconfidential so that you can actually validate that the amounts pegged into the network are correct. And obviously one integration, many assets. So we're working with a lot of exchanges right now, helping them to get them onboarded into Liquid to hopefully mean that these settlements in the future are going to be a lot faster. But at the same time, one of the benefits for them is that once they've integrated Liquid, then any asset that's issued on Liquid, it's very simple for them to add to their exchange. So yeah, we're confident in kind of Liquids and its potential use case. Obviously, it's a case of getting more exchanges and more kind of uses within the community in general. So as long as people use it, then we think it's going to be a success. Bitfinex are a supporter of Liquid. And they believe Liquid will be one of the most used transport layers for Bitcoin and other assets in the next wave of high trading activity. I think recently there was also a report by the Human Rights Watch that did a kind of analysis of stablecoins, specifically Tether, I think, on different transport layers or different blockchains. And obviously they looked at EOS and Tron and whatever else it's on. And Liquid was the only one that obviously had this additional functionality around confidential transactions. And also the inability to freeze the funds. So that's another benefit that we may see people using Liquid Tether for. So in terms of a very basic overview of how Liquid works, I've already mentioned this. We need to have Bitcoin pegged into the network, which pays for all of the transaction fees. To peg Bitcoin in, you simply do a transaction to a Bitcoin address, which is given to you through the Elements software, which runs Liquid. Anyone can peg this Bitcoin in. You have to wait 102 confirmations, which is a relatively long time. But obviously that is just to avoid the issues with kind of rollbacks. It's based on the fact that 100 confirmations are needed before you can spend Bitcoin on the main chain anyway. So this is sort of taking into that edge case the fact that miners may peg in directly into Liquid, and we need to be sure that those funds are spendable. The one thing I should note on that is that it's going to be interesting in the future. We may see miners choosing to directly mine into Liquid addresses rather than mining onto a transaction on the main chain, and that will only mean that they have to wait an extra 2 confirmations to use those over the 100 confirmations they need to wait anyway. So yeah, once it's on the Liquid sidechain, as I mentioned, it's 2 confirmations, gives final settlement. And the reason for that, obviously, we've got a different security model essentially in Liquid. So we're not based on proof of work. We're not based on kind of mining to secure those coins. We're based on what's called a federation, and that federation secures the chain by ordering the transactions, which I'll go on to in a little bit. So yeah, the federation is run by functionaries. Liquid functionaries are 15 currently companies which run HSM devices, which sign the blocks according to strong rules. So every 1 minute, a new functionary is selected to issue a block, and they will issue a block with all of the transactions in their mempool. All of the other functionaries will then sign that block to confirm that that block is valid. And obviously, when Bitcoin is pegged in and pegged out, that goes into a multi-sig wallet, which is controlled by 11 of 15 multi-sig, which is obviously means that the vast majority of functionaries would have to collude in order to cause issues with the original Bitcoin, which are pegged into the network. A lot of questions that we come across in terms of confusion around this, apart from when Japanese exchanges decide to steal our name, is I'm looking at where's he gone? He's not here anymore. Is who owns Liquid? And the answer is essentially the federation. The people who are running the software own the network. So in the middle, you have the functionaries who, as I've just mentioned, are running those that hardware device. Outside of that, you have members. Members are currently 35 of them, and you have to be a member in order to peg out Bitcoin from the network. So, so anybody can peg in Bitcoin. Functionaries create the blocks, and members, including functionaries, can peg those Bitcoins back out again. And the reason for that is simply a prevention of a DDoS type attack, whereby you're getting a request for pegouts. So a list of Liquid members right now, pretty heavy in terms of kind of exchanges, because obviously they're the ones who see the biggest kind of use case for this. So Bitfinex, BitMEX, Huobi, OKCoin, probably the big ones on there. Got a bunch of ones in Korea, CoinOne and GoPax, and some Japanese, Bitbank, DMM, Bitcoin, etc. So all of these people are members, which mean they can pay out Bitcoin. So they're building services now to sort of help their user base in whatever way is best for their business. So in the example of exchanges, it will normally be giving the ability to deposit and withdraw using Liquid Bitcoin rather than Bitcoin. And that functionality is live now on Bitfinex. So anybody who wants to use Liquids can get it by pegging in Bitcoin using the software, and they can deposit it into Bitfinex and get that money ready on the platform within 2 Liquid confirmations or 2 minutes. In terms of who can use Liquid, so you've seen who's the members, but actually anybody can use it. Obviously, open source software. The client is called Elements Core, just like Bitcoin Core, the kind of GUI software and the client software, and that's available on GitHub. And I've just already talked through the different roles, but anybody can create transactions. Anybody can verify transactions. You can peg in Bitcoin, and you can issue assets, which I'm going to talk about in a bit. The only thing you can't do as a kind of general user is peg out those Bitcoin and generate those blocks. So yeah, I wanted to talk a little bit about building on Liquid and like who's building and what can be built. So one of the things we see very early on in terms of interest from the industry has been stable coins. So obviously we have Tether already launched on Liquid, and the Bitfinex are big fans of it. We've also got Crypto Garage, who are a FSA regulated company in Japan, and they are launching the first regulator approved JPY stablecoin. We also have other companies looking into it at various different stages of development, including Bull Bitcoin and Listed Reserve in Australia. I think one of the reasons why stablecoins are popular on Liquid is you have confidential transactions, which is a big benefit over kind of existing blockchains, which you can use. The finality of settlement, but also the fact that it's based on Bitcoin's software, so people are very kind of comfortable with the code base anyway. And what's more, it makes doing native multi-sig a lot easier. So where you don't have to worry about sort of smart contracts. You can issue an asset and use multi-sig to make sure that those funds are well protected as well. It also, for stablecoins, gives another kind of interesting use case, which is where you have an authorizer on all of the transactions. So instead of having to do some kind of smart contract, you can just do a 2 of 2 multi-sig. The stablecoin is issued to an address, which is a 2 of 2 multi-sig. And then the user signs the transaction, but it also requires the company to authorize that transaction with the second signature. And only with that second signature will the transaction go through. So that's the model that's being used with the JPY token, for example. And I think it will be used in other use cases as well. One of which is the global securities market. So for some reason, lots of people want to issue securities on a blockchain. Whether or not that kind of makes a huge amount of sense is yet to be decided, I think. But in terms of if they're going to do it, then the technology with which to do it, we think that Liquid is giving them a good option there, especially with that authorizer type multi-sig. It means that you're not going to have a case where everyone's just throwing kind of bearer shares around, which are generally kind of not accepted anywhere in the world. They're actually going to have an authorizer on those transactions, like the clearing houses that you have today in the securities market. So yeah, with the features of issued assets, I've already mentioned Bitcoin multisig, easy hardware wallet support. So this is all getting kind of integrated with the most kind of popular hardware wallets out there right now. And obviously, again, because it's based on the Bitcoin code, it's much easier for them to integrate the support for Liquid compared to random shitcoin number 327. The other interesting thing with issued assets is the ability to do swaps. So obviously, because we're all on the same chain, then we can swap assets within that chain very easily. So for example, we have a liquid swap tool, which is just another piece of open source software, which will allow you to make a proposal for swapping, say, 10 Tether on Liquid for 0.01 Bitcoin or whatever it is. And that transaction can be done without taking custody of the funds at all. I simply say that I want to do this swap. The other party signs the transaction. I sign the final transaction and broadcast it to the network, and that happens at the same time. So there's no risk of kind of losing the funds in that kind of transaction. I've also mentioned Lightning support, which I've already talked about. So in terms of asset issuance, I guess lots of kind of blockchain platforms do this, and I guess Liquid's better, but I don't know because I don't know anything about any of those other platforms. But yeah, I think that chart can speak for itself for anybody who's familiar with Ethereum or Stellar. And then Lightning on Liquid, the one thing I did want to mention specifically on this is it also allows for swaps between different blockchains. So obviously Liquid is a protocol that works not just on Bitcoin, but it can work on any different blockchain. So if you have it on Liquid and you have it on, I don't know, Litecoin, then you could potentially swap between assets on those different chains as well. So obviously the kind of interesting thing that this leads into is that you could potentially have another version of Liquid running where Bitcoin isn't the pegged-in token. It's a Litecoin side chain or something like that. So all of this stuff is possible. And Liquid is just simply the implementation that we've done at Blockstream. Anybody here today can download the software from the internet and set up their own kind of federation with their own members and have a different kind of security model, obviously. And so the role of Blockstream, I think, is also useful just to let people know, like, why are we kind of doing this? So we're not earning kind of any kind of fees running this network. The network's run by the functionaries who earn the kind of Bitcoin in transaction fees. But we see commercial applications being built on top of Liquid. So us as a company already, we're already sponsoring a number of core developers on Bitcoin who spend 100% of their time just doing Bitcoin core development. And likewise, that's the kind of similar model that we're taking to Liquid. So being the kind of the leader in terms of side chains, and particularly the Liquid side chain, will then allow us to build these commercial applications on top. So obviously, Liquid securities, allowing people to issue securities on top of Liquid is a commercial application that we're building. but also Blockstream Green, our kind of wallet provider. There's more kind of commercial applications for this wallet software outside of just the wallet that everybody uses on their phone. So that's another thing that we're commercializing as a company. Yeah, and so obviously Blockstream Green is something that anybody here today can download from an app store. So we're on Google Play, the Apple Store, and F-Droid. Yeah, so this is a way that you can actually check out Liquid today. So if you download the app, there's an option to connect to the Liquid network as well as the Bitcoin network or the testnet network. You can play around with any of that, and it's live today. Yeah, so that's a brief introduction, and I'm sure you won't trust, and you will verify with some excellent questions. So I will take any questions anybody has, if there is any. Okay, so the question was, when will simplicity be ready? And I think Neil is going to answer that question for me, because he is my colleague here at Blockstream. The first simplicity transaction was conducted on Elements just like last week or the week before that. So that's kind of like, it should be very, very soon, basically early next year. Yeah, so I'm focused mostly on the Liquid side of things, but obviously these new technologies which are going to come in, including simplicity, are going to be running on Elements as well as Bitcoin. So we're gonna see new kind of business models come out, I think, as that gets launched.
So I have a question about the wallet, Green Wallet, and it's a question inspired by somebody here. I don't remember who, but I didn't know the answer. So in when you send funds there, they're protected by 2 out of 2 multisig, right?
It's
are you familiar with that wallet, or?
Yeah. To some extent, yeah.
Okay, so my question is, what happens when Blockstream disappears? Like, what is a fallback model? Because
okay, so there's two elements here. So Blockstream isn't involved because Blockstream doesn't hold any of those signatures, but Blockstream does have emergency keys. So of the 11 of 15, those are keys owned by the functionaries of the network. So the functionaries are 15 different companies around the world who run these hardware devices within their systems, and they're signing these transactions.
Just to be clear, I'm talking about the Bitcoin side of the green. Okay.
Great. So sorry, you're talking about green, just green, or you're okay.
Yeah, just the green wallet.
Okay, so there's two different ones. So the Liquid side of things is 11 of 15, which isn't Blockstream. It's run by the functionaries. Although there is a mechanism for getting those funds out if the blocks stop being propagated. There's an end not time transaction that allows us to do that. In terms of green, so it's a 2 of 2 multisig, and Blockstream holds the signer keys. There's a GA recovery tool, which is an online tool on GitHub, which you can use to recreate the transaction if Blockstream disappears, because those funds have a time lock on them, which allows them to be used with a one of 2 multisig after a period of time, which I think is 90 days.
Thank
you. Are there any plans to expand upon the amount of functionaries? 15 currently.
Yes, is the short answer. So we've just moved to a dynamic federation model, which took a lot of kind of coding work in order to kind of make that work. But what that essentially means is that functionaries can now decide on how that kind of group set of functionaries will be made up of in the future. So it will allow you to remove functionaries. So again, in the case that a company kind of disappears, you want to remove their kind of ability to sign off on those blocks. And so that can be done using this dynamic federation model. So that's coming in with a new update in January. And after that, then that kind of functionary kind of set will be more dynamic going forward.
What are the incentives for the existing functionaries to expand upon the rules and add more to the delegation?
Okay, so I think the main thing is everybody benefits within the network when more people are using the network. It has that kind of network kind of effect. And obviously a lot of these are kind of exchanges. So they want to have quicker settlements with their counterparties who are also exchanges. So they want Liquid Network to expand. And if you're exchange and you want to implement Liquid Network, then in the vast majority of cases, I'm expecting that you want to be a functionary so that you have sort of a more sort of higher level of kind of control in terms of how the networks run and making sure that those funds are secured. So I think that those kind of incentives kind of play into each other to encourage people to want to build out the network, but also not build it out too much. So it's going to be probably looking at like 20, 25 instead of like hundreds or thousands of different functionaries.
Okay, any more questions for Richard? Okay, here we go.
How does it work to upgrade the network? Like, can you do soft fork? Can you do hard forks? Like, what will be the mechanism?
So the upgrades have to be done by the functionaries, which is essentially a hard fork. So they all can fork into new kind of consensus rules. And that takes, I guess, some kind of social kind of construction right now. As we have like 15 functionaries, it's not too difficult for them to kind of arrange those things. The only thing to note is that those kind of upgrades have to be done quite time sensitively, because you can't risk like these the kind of devices being offline and then not being able to have at least 11 of 15 which need to be online in order for box to be produced. So yeah, it's when the network needs to get upgraded, they upgrade the software on their devices, and essentially it depends on what the upgrade is, but hard fork or a soft fork or whatever it is, it's fine for them to do it in that way. And obviously there's no kind of dead network after a hard fork because everybody's following the new consensus rules.
Okay, I think we had one more question here on the right.
Sort of just on a different track, do you have anything working, like any partners working on, say, a payment solution or integrating with that? It's kind of a hot topic these days.
Yeah, so I think at the moment we haven't seen much happening in the kind of payments side. It's mostly looking at that kind of settlement kind of layer. And obviously I see sort of settlements as a kind of base layer and then payments as a layer built kind of on top of that. And I think that's where kind of one of the biggest kind of pain points is, or at least has been in previous kind of bull market run-ups between the exchanges, is getting that settlement across. So I think that's where most people have been kind of focused their kind of attention in building. But as I mentioned, like stable coins are being built, which obviously is a kind of a payments instrument. And we have Lightning as an option within that. So I think we'll see more people integrating Lightning support for liquid assets going forward. We do have BTC Pay Server. I know I have been playing around with Liquid and are able to support Liquid Bitcoin as a payment receivable within their software, I think in just a test version of that. So I'm expecting that should come out at some point in the future.
Why no Vietnam functionary?
Why no Vietnam functionary? I don't know. I've only joined 2 months ago, so I'm here to reach out to the community. If some Vietnamese Bitcoin company wants to become a functionary, then they should let me know, and I'll. So what actually happens in terms of the kind of governance of this stuff is that there's a board for like membership board, which is run by the members. So any kind of application to become a Liquid functionary would go to the membership board. They would decide whether it's approved or not, and if it's approved, then we'd be very happy to have a Vietnamese functionary, I think.
How transparent is that application process and rejection process?
It hasn't actually ever happened yet. So we set it up with 15 members, and it's always been 15 members from the day the network started until now. We've just recently moved to this dynamic federation model, and then we've set up this whole kind of governance structure around it. So actually the boards, the membership boards is being voted in this week, I think, and then we'll have 5 members on the membership board, and they will receive those applications, and it will be up to them as to how transparent that they decide to make that. It's not under our control, but I would have thought that they'll probably be relatively transparent about it.
Don't trust, verify.
Yeah. Cheers.
Okay. Any more questions? Then thank you, Richard, for introducing us about the current status of the Liquid sidechain and how it can help to ease further congestion on the Bitcoin network. Our next speaker coming up, Joshua. He is right now representative for the Decred project in Asia Pacific. If you have been around in Bitcoin from early on, you might remember there was some like fixtures where the community all believed in. For example, for a fair launch of a cryptocurrency, you shouldn't have like a huge pre-mine or something like this. Somehow in 2017, that pretty much got flushed away, and everybody was happy then like that teams just mine 80% of the tokens for themselves before launch. Also, one of the more recent myths running around is that proof of stake as a solution for proof of work, while it's actually more the other way around. So yeah, I mean, that's some of the topics Joshua will be covering today. And yeah, welcome to the stage, Joshua.
Thank you, sir. And thank you very much for having me. 5 years, that's a huge accomplishment in this space. Okay, so the topic of the talk today is going to be decentralized dispute resolution. Others call that governance. Not a hugely sexy topic, but relevant nonetheless. Whilst going through the talk, I'm going to briefly touch on the importance of a fair and diverse coin distribution, especially when you're implementing a coin holder-led on-chain governance solution, which is what we did. Now, I'm also going to talk a little bit on, I know that a lot of people who are concerned about governance are starting to consider other solutions, non-proof of work-based solutions. And I'm going to sort of lay out the case as to why those people might not want to abstract too far away from Bitcoin's original vision and not fall for radical alternatives like proof of stake. And then I'll also briefly touch on how we at Decred attempted to implement what we think is a cleaner solution to resolving dispute resolutions in Bitcoin. That being said, given that this is a Bitcoin focused event, I'm not going to shill it too hard on you, just to touch over it and offer an alternative. Okay, so a little bit of background on who we are. Decred itself was the first chain to implement a hybrid consensus model that effectively it kept proof of work as is, but merely put coin holders in charge of the consensus change process. Oh, I haven't switched it. There we go. But in addition to Decred, some of the things that we've been doing was almost 20 years of development on the OpenBSD project. In addition to that, we were involved with some very early Bitcoin development. So around 2013, 2012, we developed BTC Suite, or BTCD, which at the time was the first full node alternate implementation of Bitcoin, and it was written in Golang. That same code base has been later used by the Lightning Network, Ethereum, and various other higher profile projects. And in addition to that, our lead development team also wrote the code for cross-chain atomic swaps, and then later made that open source to the community. So the reason why I lay out all of this is just to emphasize that in suggesting alternatives to governance, I want to make it clear that these aren't just shower thoughts that emerged one day and we thought, oh, this might be an issue. these are just learnings from our first-hand experience with open source, a contribution to the Bitcoin community, and dealing with the various conflicting stakeholder groups. Okay. All right. So what is decentralized dispute resolution or governance? Really, it's just the method by which we're enabled to reach consensus on the strategic direction of the protocol. And we do this through consensus changes or hard forks. Now, having decentralized governance is critical to preventing centralized decision-making and therefore preventing censorship. So what are some existing forms of governance? Well, of course, you've got corporations that have elected boards, corporate laws, enforcement agencies, and all of that. You have the federal government, and then you have things like local councils. Now, decentralized governance, though, is particularly unique in that we've tried to abstract as far away from that as possible. And in doing so, we've gained many advantages, but at the same time, from a decision-making perspective, it adds a lot of complexity into the model, because what we've effectively done is we've removed that centralized mediator or decision-making entity. Now, the challenge after doing that is, well, how do you get all of these other nodes to coordinate? Now, in the context of a proof-of-work system, what we implemented, or what Bitcoin implemented, was effectively hash rate-based governance. So when Bitcoin is undergoing a consensus change, we put out a signaling vote, and effectively the chain which accumulates the most hash rate support is effectively the chain that we consider to be valid. Some of the challenges here, though, and we observed these particularly during the block size debate back in 2017, is that the desires of miners may not always align with that of the broader network of stakeholders. This is particularly the case as mining becomes more heavily industrialized and concentrated in a handful of more strategic jurisdictions when it comes to access to cheap electricity. And so as that continues to become an issue, in order to avoid the types of messy consensus change processes like we saw with Bitcoin and Bitcoin Cash, it may be wise to start considering alternatives to how we currently undergo the governance or consensus change process. So effectively, when considering governance, what we're ultimately really trying to do is balance expectations. Now, when balancing expectations, we need to be able to ensure that the protocols are able to keep up with change and evolve and adapt. But at the same time, it's critically important that we do so without sacrificing the integrity or the decentralization of the network. And sadly, this is something that is in certain segments of the cryptocurrency community are very quickly being forgotten and ignored, certainly in the shitcoin realm. Ironically, the sort of conflicting viewpoints of the various different stakeholder groups kind of resembles that of the existing political divide. And stakeholders typically, or at least the arguments typically fall into two buckets. You've got your stakeholder group one, which you could consider conservatives, who prioritize the network's security and its decentralization. And they're typically willing to move at a slower pace to ensure that we're maintaining those two properties when considering each additional feature or fix that gets implemented. Then on the other end of the spectrum, and I think we've observed a little bit of this today in some of the questions, is that you have the more progressive you, sir. Okay, hope you enjoyed that short break. Now, okay, where are we? Okay. So, yeah, as I mentioned, yeah, we're trying to balance out the expectations between the two typical sides of the argument. And I think ultimately and certainly within the Bitcoin community, and this is something that I respect, is that they tend to be a little bit more conservative. And I think in the context of what we're building, that's exactly how we should be. Because we're building systems that work and that are reliable and that last. We're not necessarily trying to move fast and break things as they did in the Silicon Valley tech boom. Okay, so what happens when we don't have clean dispute resolutions? Well, as we saw during the block size debate, it oftentimes divides the network and leads to contentious hard forks emerging. Now, when these do occur, the issue is that it not only divides the network, but it also often divides the network's hash rate, which can have fairly adverse consequences for the actual network's security itself. Not only that, but it also leads to a lot of uncertainty. And I don't know if many of you remember the time of the block size debate and the subsequent hard forks, but there was a really awkward period of time in between where there were discrepancies amongst exchanges as to which Bitcoin was going to be considered the official Bitcoin. And as someone who was holding Bitcoin at the time, that can make you feel fairly unsettled, particularly when you don't know which wallets are going to be supporting it, etc. And I think even with Coinbase, for instance, it took months before Bitcoin Cash was actually supported. Okay, so as an alternative to proof of work, a lot of people have been proposing proof of stake as an alternative. And I know that I suspect that many of the people in this room rightfully detest the idea of proof of stake. And basically, proof of stake just suggests replacing miners and letting coin holders vote via staking. And oftentimes, proponents of proof of stake suggest eliminating proof of work miners entirely and replacing them with special stakeholders known as validators or masternodes in other shitcoin currencies. The trouble is, now, well, whilst it could potentially provide certain advantages in that it might enable us to take into account a broader range of stakeholder opinions into account when considering dispute resolutions. In practice, there are actually some pretty glaring issues with the proof of stake as a proposed alternative. And before I go into what those are, I should probably lay out really what is it that makes Bitcoin or blockchain in general, a blockchain in general, valuable. One, it's the fact that it has to be decentralized and free of central planners and special interests. It should be reliable. We want to know that there we go. We want to know that it's not going to be radically changed without any notice. And we want to ensure that it's censorship resistant, in that we're not going to be prevented from accessing the network, and that the actual distribution of the currency can be as fair and democratized, or distributed as fairly and as democratized as possible. Now, the trouble is that proof of stake, at least as it's currently implemented, whilst it claims to be a little bit more fair and open, it's not really, because when you think about it, the only way to participate in a currency that's being distributed without any form of proof of work mining is to either participate in an ICO or to obtain it off an exchange. In either of those cases, you're required to submit or to undergo a KYC AML verification process generally. Or you have to access some kind of web interface, which in many jurisdictions of the world where people are not as fortunate as, say, individuals in freer societies, that may not be an option at all. So in order for coin holder-led governance to work, the network's native asset has to be carefully and fairly distributed. And this is really where, in my opinion, proof of stake, at least from a governance perspective, really starts to fall apart, or at least proof of stake by itself. And the reason why it's important not to give up on miners, because miners play several critically important roles in the context of Bitcoin, and some of these roles are often underlooked or are very quickly being forgotten. And from my perspective, perhaps the most important role of proof of work is, in addition, of course, to providing network security, it's actually aiding in the fair and diverse distribution of the currency in a way that's incredibly democratized, but also gives the politically persecuted discrete access to cryptocurrencies by using hardware as a proxy. Plus, proof of work is battle tested, whereas proof of stake is largely theoretical at this point. So it's best that we don't try and fix what isn't broken. But the trouble with proof of stake currencies is we're instantaneously, effectively censoring huge swaths of the population that happen to be located in jurisdictions that persecute you for accessing these particular currencies or networks. Therefore, you're not going to want to undergo an invasive KYC process. We're also excluding a lot of people that may not actually have the types of identification documents required in order to pass a KYC verification check. And that is a pretty substantial portion of the overall global community. So what are we doing at Decred, and what are we proposing as a potential alternative? Basically at Decred we didn't go for either or, we implemented and have demonstrated that you can actually have the best of both worlds. And so we implemented a model that combines proof of work with proof of stake. Now, if you were to visualize it, it kind of looks very similar to an assembly line, where you effectively have miners, and they exist very much as they do in Bitcoin's case. They're there to effectively provide the network's security, and I suppose you could say process and package the blocks. But we have the stakeholders there that effectively act as the quality assurance mechanism, and they effectively inspect these blocks. So when a miner puts through a block, what they have to do is they have to take a number of votes that have been submitted to the network via on-chain transactions by stakeholders. And a majority of these votes have to be in favor of the particular block type that they're signaling. If they don't receive a majority that are in favor of the block type that they're signaling, then the block's considered to be invalid, and that it doesn't get passed, and that miner has conducted all of that proof of work for effectively no reason. Now, the rationale here is that it keeps all of the advantages of proof of work, but it enables us to take a broader range of stakeholder opinions into account, and we're not exactly excluding miners. Miners, too, should be encouraged to be stakeholders. I think one issue that's emerging with certainly some of the GPU-based proof of work currencies is because of the ease of simply switching between the various different networks. I mean, we have algorithms that do that automatically. They're at significant risk of having large mining cartels that don't actually have much dedication nor stake to the network, very rapidly switching between different protocols, and with them goes large portions of the network's hash rate. So in our model, we're actually encouraging miners to play a role in having a stake in the network itself. But it also gives them an incentive to follow the interests of the broader network of stakeholders. in order to implement this, what we had, or at least to incentivize people to participate in this fashion, what we effectively had to do is break down the block rewards. We have 60% going to proof of work. 30% is a reward for people who play a role in locking up medium-term liquidity to play a role in governance. And perhaps most importantly, and this is an issue that I see slowly emerging with Bitcoin, is we had 10% that goes into a decentralized treasury fund to effectively fund ongoing development. This is also built in to address a lot of the concerns that are emerging with, say, ICO'd projects, is something that's not really being considered in a lot of blockchain networks, I've noticed, is the project's ongoing resourcing and keeping its resourcing free of third-party special interests. Now, whilst I don't personally think that this is too much of a worry, at least currently in Bitcoin, it certainly has opened up large potential for certain motivated individuals to slander Bitcoin and claim that its development groups have been compromised by special interest VC groups, etc., who effectively hold the purse and therefore decide which projects do and do not get funded, and which developers can or cannot commit their time to contributing to the Bitcoin protocol. Okay, and I'll just some quick closing thoughts, and then if you do have any questions afterwards, I'd be more than happy to take them. But I guess the biggest thing that I want to leave with is, in considering governance, the whole point of this industry is not to move fast and break things. I think what we really need to do is implement methods for us to coordinate in such ways that enable us to really, really carefully consider the implications of what it is that we're building, implement those changes with as little mess as possible, but in developing more efficient ways for us to resolve certain disputes. That doesn't necessarily mean that we need to be implementing one new feature a week. Doesn't necessarily mean that we need to suddenly implement smart contracts into Bitcoin because, or at least smart contracts as we see in Ethereum, because that would certainly be a terrible idea. But what it does mean is that whilst we don't need to move overly quickly, what we do want is a clean method of resolving disputes. Because I do feel that what happened during the first block size debate was the beginning, and there really is no reason to believe that that's not going to become more of an issue as we move forward. So with that being said, I would be happy to take any questions.
Questions for Joshua? Okay, Koji.
What's the current voting rate for some decisions on Decred? I assume it's pretty low, and that's one of the issues of voting process for.
Do you mean voting rate as in participation?
Right, right.
It's actually above 50% at the moment.
50%?
Yeah,
it's pretty high.
It's certainly one of the higher ones amongst.
Are there any very contentious decisions in the past, or it's more like a small how to allocate the development budget or something like that?
It's a great question. So we haven't actually. So we've undergone, I believe it's 3 consensus-based or user-activated hard forks thus far. And interestingly, each one of them has gone by with an overwhelming level of support. So we need a 75% or greater quorum. But generally, it's been above 90%. Now, what's interesting there is that among those issues, some of them have been what I would have expected to be quite contentious. For instance, one of the first votes was to change the effectively the stake pricing algorithm. So the algorithm that determined how much you had to put up in order to be considered a stake or to purchase a vote on the network. Now, what was interesting there is that change led to substantially lower yields from miners because they were gaining from periods where they were able to reap significantly higher transaction fees. But anyways, without going into the details, it was interesting because it was a particular change that had adverse effects for the profitability of miners, but was overall highly advantageous for the network. And what we were incredibly excited and happy to see is that it passed with flying colors, and the network's hash rate didn't drop off, but continued to grow quite substantially.
Okay. Any more questions for? Okay. Yep.
Do you believe in labor theory of value?
Sorry?
Do you believe in labor theory of value?
Labor theory of value?
Yeah.
Yes.
You believe in that?
Wait, sorry.
So on one of your slides, you said that the valid chain is determined by the miners, basically.
Sure.
That is not correct.
Wait, sorry. Repeat. Which slide?
One of the first slides that you had.
Sure.
Said that. Yeah, if you could get back there.
It's not.
Okay. So I think it changed. The labor theory of value says that the value of good is defined by the work or labor put into producing this good, right? And by extension, your argument stating that the validity of the chain is determined by the amount of hash rate that is happening there is an analogy to that. The truth is the reverse. Hash rate follows the chain that like people choose to be correct, choose to be valid. So you cannot say that miners are, choosing or changing the chain. They can only follow where the value already is. And if you start from that, I think many of the things you've said later would also start to like exist in a slightly different light.
Sure, but when we're undergoing, say, a signaling process,
What is signaling?
So if we're signaling for or against segregated witness, for instance.
There was no signaling they were signaling their readiness for upgrade, but that was really meaningless because they there was zero commitment to that. They could signal whatever they wanted. It was meaningless really. Many of them were signaling for SegWit to X, right? But it didn't happen.
Sure. I mean, many people were, but we were ultimately trying to obtain a quorum as to the support of the overall network's hash rate, or at least the certain stakeholder group, or at least the miners in the case of Bitcoin at the time were ultimately the only stakeholder group that we could effectively measure in a definitive way the support for or against a particular proposal.
Yeah, but again, that works the other way around. They follow where the value is. They're not the ones determining the value. They're not the ones, giving value to the particular version of the
I'm not
consensus rules.
I'm not claiming that they're providing value to either or.
Okay, that's what your slide seems to imply.
Well, it's more that we typically tend to consider the valid chain the one with the most proof of work behind it. That was effectively what I was trying to say.
Okay.
Any more questions? Okay, Cody.
So, all the governance talk, I actually kind of was interested in Decred before because the governance stuff was sort of interesting. But say, for example, Ethereum seems to be trying to be more like Decred style, like proof of work, but they have like this social consensus or agreement or whatever they want to call it. But seems like they're in a disarray, and seems, you know, a lot of the decisions about migration to Ethereum 2.0 and everything seems not really working right now, at least to me. And as opposed to that, Bitcoin's 2017 block size debate, etc., Bitcoin kind of made a decision not to make a rushed change to the protocol. And that was kind of a governance process as well. And it seems to me it's working better compared to Bitcoin Cash and others that were, you know, trying to fork as the market needs, etc., right? So yeah, what do you think about what's happening to all those projects who are more friendly to all those governance process and changes?
I would agree with you. I think that I certainly lean more towards the Bitcoin position on governance in that I'd prefer that we be a little bit more on the conservative end. And I think a lot of the other projects, certainly Ethereum, they seem to be leaning more towards a proof of stake, purely proof of stake based solution to governance, which is particularly convenient given that they issued through an ICO that was, you know, lacked a certain degree of transparency. That being said, they do have a slight advantage over some of the other ICO projects in that they did, in fact, following the ICO, have a semi-fair distribution through proof of work mining. But it's a difficult one to answer. I mean, all I can really say is that I think that we should be erring more towards the conservative end. My only concern with how we're currently implementing Bitcoin governance is it's incredibly difficult for us to obtain finality in the decision-making process, and finality over what we as the community determine to be the official Bitcoin. That sort of opens us up to certain very loud stakeholder groups emerging and claiming Bitcoin to be hijacked by groups like Bitcoin Core, etc., which may not necessarily be true. But the trouble is, what method do we truly have to determine validity in the context of Bitcoin today?
Do you see any potential for perhaps communities that support proof of stake projects contributing to Bitcoin as being like a layered technology rather than a standalone project?
Sorry.
Second layer, third layer.
Okay.
Something as at least to give people who say believe in proof of stake as a valuable system to work on top of Bitcoin as opposed to creating a separate system.
Sure, I certainly think that could be really interesting to see. I'm not sure if there's any current functioning examples of projects that are doing that, but I certainly think it would be really interesting to see. I certainly would not want to see proof of stake implemented on Bitcoin, that's for sure.
I want to add to something that you guys were speaking about on the governance of Decred, because we keep going back to when Bitcoin forked into Bitcoin, you know, and Bitcoin Cash and stuff, you know. And one thing that is good to understand or be aware of, guys, governance means a final and binding decision-making process. That's something that, you know, our team are huge investors in Decred. So full disclosure, okay? So whatever I say, you know, just be aware that it's going to be biased. But governance is a final binding and decision-making process. And I think that sometimes the crypto community gets confused which one we are talking about. So for example, like there's a lot of people that say that, you know, Bitcoin already has a governance process. It doesn't need, you know, on-chain resolution, disputes, or voting or proposals like Decred has. But what people don't realize is that the governance that's in Bitcoin right now, right, governs the sequence of transactions. It doesn't decide how do you upgrade the protocol. Now, you'll hear people say, oh, hey, the miners can decide. They can just vote for whichever version of software. You can go with Bitcoin Core, you can go with Bitcoin Cash or whatever, right? But to me, that is not a final and binding decision-making process, right? Because, for example, like, you know, I've been an early adopter of Bitcoin, and many of the people I know in the US are early adopters of Bitcoin from 2012, 2011, 2013, and none of us had a say-so on how, and I think that having a final and binding decision-making process of how the sequence of transactions, you know, if my transaction came first or your transaction came second or third or fourth, that's a lot different than what Decred is doing here. What they're doing is they're building a final and binding decision-making process on how to upgrade the protocol. If you open their wallet and you go to the proposals, anytime they have a new upgrade to their system, you as a user, if you run their wallet, you can vote right there. I want this upgrade or I don't. Like for me, I'm not technical enough to understand it, right? So that's why I always tweet out online that, you know, if you or any engineer has a, understands the protocol upgrade, you know, and you want to convince me or explain to me what the upgrade is, and you want me to vote on it, I will vote on it. I tweet that out all the time on Decred and a lot of the proof of stake projects. So just be aware that whenever we talk about governance, it means it's a final and binding decision-making process. But what is it for? Is it for the protocol upgrade or is it for the sequence of transactions? Okay.
Because the reference earlier, I guess there was a quote that said "Love thy miner," I think, or something like that. In reference to the user-activated soft fork, the potential of that, even though miners did signal for 2x, it did not happen because most full nodes did not upgrade their software. But that, no, yes, signaling. Well, it's. Right. Right. It doesn't mean it's going to be implemented. No, and that's exactly what happened. It was not implemented, even though miners support the network. They provide the security for the network. They had to make the choice to reverse their decision, to not go forward with the upgrade. They chose not to go forward with the upgrade, right?
Whatever the miners, whatever they chose to go with, whichever chain that they chose with, you know, it boils down, a lot of it boils down to incentives, to financial incentives.
Right. They were not incentivized when they realized most people will not update. That's it. Most nodes would not update to the 2x, SegWit 2x. Oh, it's not miners, it's full nodes. That's the thing. Full nodes did not, most businesses that run full nodes did not upgrade. And that itself is a process of voting and signaling to the network. And that's kind of what people refer to in some terms as governance. Yeah, but if you're not following the miners.
Validate transactions yourself, but you have no effect on the network. You're not the one that's the guys with the containers. Like if you ever go to a Bitcoin mining farm, and you see how many containers and how much energy they're sucking in, and you know, you go through the container farm, you will realize that your little full node at home, it's enough. I mean, you can feel good that you're running that full node, but the reality is it ain't validating no blocks. I mean, it's not. It's validated, but it's not producing any blocks. Okay, so let's not fool ourselves that I'm gonna run this little node at the home, you know, and I'm gonna produce a block in my house. Okay, so that's not realistic.
And so, by the way, I can sort of see where the disagreement lies, and I can see the point that you're making as well. And also, apologies for not answering your question before. I thought you were saying, do I believe in liberty and value?
No.
I understand now.
Okay.
But I suppose really what we're trying to propose is a method to resolve disputes in such a way that doesn't lead to these messy hard forks. These messy contentious forks emerging. One of the advantages of the way that we've implemented the hybrid model is that it's economically impossible to maintain a minority fork. So there isn't any debate as to which is the official chain to support. Now, from my perspective, I think that'd be an incredibly advantageous thing to have in the context of Bitcoin. Because certainly when you're choosing to store your wealth in a particular protocol, you want to have as much peace of mind as possible and as little concern as possible. And during the time of the contentious block size debate and subsequent hard forks, there were a lot of very, very uncertain periods of time where we weren't really very sure what's going to happen. And my concern is that's only going to continue to get worse as we attract more and more stakeholder groups, many of which are going to have more and more conflicts between them.
So first of all, about full nodes are not there to help the network. They're there to help you verify that the money you're getting paid is valid and it's not some random shitcoin somebody decided to fork into, right? So this is the role of a full node. And then every single participant of the network chooses the set of rules that they want to abide by while accepting payments. This is the role of a full node. And then the role of a mining node or miners is just organizing these transactions into blocks and committing enough work to say like, hey, we believe this has value. Do you want to buy it or not? Because essentially what they do is that they create a product that everybody else has to agree to buy. It doesn't work the other way around. It's not like they can manufacture blocks that are invalid and everybody will just take them. I'm saying that full nodes are not for the network as a whole. They are for you only. So don't compare the amount of, I'll give it to him. Don't compare the amount of energy consumed by miners to full nodes because these are two completely different things. Nobody decides the network. Who decides the gold? You decide for yourself, and then everybody. For your economical activity, you decide on your chain. Like everybody makes this decision. That's it. There is no central planning. There is no central governance. There is no central. Determine what? That is not correct. If it was correct.
Let's just say this whole room right now decides, hey man, we don't want that chain. We're just gonna go with this chain. It's not gonna mean anything because there's not enough miners on our chain.
Okay, so if you're like the biggest miner that exists, and we all decide that we don't want your blocks, what happens? Yeah, but you'll not get paid for them. How long can you carry that on for? I have to go with a chain that I believe has the correct transactions. Yes, that's true.
Yeah, because like most.
But it doesn't mean that I have to go with your chain that I believe doesn't have correct transactions.
Yeah, no, you don't. But like, let's just go back to the fork in 2018.
Sorry.
Most of the people that I have met, they don't want that. They wanted bigger blocks, and it didn't matter what they said because the miners are going. They're the ones processing the blocks. You don't have a say so in what blocks that they're going with.
I don't have a say?
No, you don't. Because you don't have the ability to produce new blocks. The people that have the ability to produce new blocks.
I won't buy their blocks if I don't if they don't conform to the rules of my full node.
Someone else has a full block that does conform to
exactly.
And you'll accept those. So
the
difficult. If the nodes agree, if enough of the nodes agree, and that's the right chain and not yours.
Precisely.
Then it doesn't matter how big your miner is.
Yes. And then eventually the chain that people value more will just aggregate more hash power because miners would move to the thing that is more profitable for them to mine. Yes.
I think that's a long extra debate.
It happened twice already. Why wouldn't it happen again? Of course it will happen again. Yeah,
Hey guys, just put some chairs on the stage. Discuss it like
Yeah.
it's not serious.
What's the concern though?
No, it's a great discussion. That's what I'm saying.
He's just looking at the eyes.
And
This is the kind of shit we need on a podcast. Goddammit.
yeah, true. But I do see what you're saying in that I do have faith in the ability for the Bitcoin network, or at least it's the market of to eventually resolve disputes, which I assume is. Am I understanding you correctly in that you're saying that inevitably or eventually the market will be able to determine?
So my personal biggest issue with like on-chain governance is that it's impossible to predict all of the like messy things that happen in the world, while you also need to account for them while you create the system, right? Sure. With Bitcoin, it just completely left out to let the markets decide, let the messy world figure it out for itself.
I mean, there's some truth to that, but at the same time, I wouldn't necessarily say that's eliminated in the context of on-chain governance. I just say that the process by which we can come to an agreement is a lot more streamlined.
What if somebody doesn't agree? You're saying 100% certainty you can claim that a hard fork and an alternative version of that currency is not possible to exist.
Well, if an alternative, if a hard fork was implemented, the chain was split into two competing forks. And so let's assume we were undergoing something like segregated witness, and we had 80% of the stakeholders in support of segregated witness and 20% against. We reached the 75% quorum, and therefore the upgrade is automatically implemented. But let's say that this 20% minority are still not particularly happy with that decision, and they decide to go and try and maintain this minority fork. The trouble is that the 80% majority still own 80% of the currency on that minority fork. So in order for that individual, or so that for that 20% minority to maintain that fork, in order to have any reasonable chance, they'd not only have to accumulate a majority of the hash rate and maintain it, they'd also have to accumulate a majority of the coins and maintain a majority of the coins. Now, whilst they could do it, it'd be just economically infeasible to do so. In which case it becomes a completely, almost a completely different chain entirely. And by the way, that we don't necessarily discourage. The whole point being that if you're not happy with a particular decision that's been made, you have two options. You either try and appeal to the majority and change their minds and lay out a reasonable case for doing so, or you fork the code and develop something new entirely. Don't just fork the chain. Sorry. Yeah. I'm not so certain I'd agree with that, because particularly if we look at Bitcoin and we consider its fundamental value to be as a store of value, you want a store of value to be as reliable and predictable as possible. You don't want these continuous processes of multi-month drawn-out contentious fork changes where we have where we're waiting for the market to decide which fork is to be considered valid, and depending on which, sorry. Sure. What I'm saying is that when we.
Okay,
misunderstanding on the definition of fork, I guess, here. That's probably the bottom line. You can take the version of Bitcoin client
There is a project that forked off from Bitcoin, but Bitcoin has never changed. Bitcoin has never forked. It's the same thing from.
Okay, thank you, Joshua, for this talk.
Thank you, sir. Thank you
so
for the debate.
about governance, definitely sparking some hot debates, which maybe later at some hot food at Rico Taco can be continued and in private. Yeah, thank you so much for coming down. Related a bit to this, you have been talking also a bit about like proof of work, proof of stake. One of the most prolific writers on the topic is actually with Q, right now living in California, under the Twitter account, I think Hugo Hanoi. Unfortunately can't be here today, but should send some greetings from him. He's also interested to help like the local community getting more resources and growing. So he asked me to announce one of the projects he's working on right now called Nakamoto Village, which is coming up, which has right now the task to translate quite a few of like the foundational texts into Vietnamese around Bitcoin, which is supposed to help then here where you have a pretty large developer community in Vietnam, but there's not very much resources available in Vietnam when it comes like to really like the core texts to understand what's going on with Bitcoin. So that will be like one of the first tasks of this new project. I guess we will be hearing more soon. We will also sharing about it on our community channels. So yeah, just watch out for it. And after all these very fundamental technical talks, which we have been debating over the afternoon about privacy, about scaling, different scaling solutions, be it a Lightning Network, be it sidechains. Also the debate which we had just about governance and how to upgrade protocols. Now a different topic, and which is a topic which normally excites especially the local people much more. How do I make money from this stuff? Taizen, welcome to the stage. Have been moving back to Saigon a year ago, and yeah.
All right, thanks, guys. Okay, working. All right, guys. My name is Taizen, and I want to talk about in here about the 4 legit ways to make life-changing profits in cryptocurrency trading and investing. I'm a cryptocurrency trader, so a lot of the technical stuff, I'm still learning it. Not as good as the software engineers that's in the room, just FYI. So, but my team and I, let me just. All right, so we started one of the first cryptocurrency trading and investing channels on YouTube, on the internet, in English, back in 2013. Back then, there was nobody talking about cryptocurrency trading and investing. There was only James D'Angelo, Andreas Antonopoulos, Let's Talk Bitcoin, and the Bitcoin channel, talking about the technology, a lot of the stuff that we were just debating about. But nobody was talking about how to make money from it, right? So we started that back then. I was the first YouTuber to be featured in the State of Bitcoin by CoinDesk. And then a lot of people say I'm the most respectful man in crypto, according to Adam Meister, the Bitcoin Meister, and crypto, Omar there in Los Angeles. A lot of people trust us because we alert them on the scam coins. We're one of the first channels to tell people that OneCoin is a scam. And then later on, the Financial Conduct Authority in Europe came out and warned people about that too, right? Was voted one of the top
100 most influential people in crypto and 13 most influential. I don't know how they come up with that, but my name ended up on there. So been lots of TV and radio shows and to talk about Bitcoin, lots of conferences. But if you're a trader and investor out there, what's more important is, am I making money from this stuff or not? So none of the other stuff really matters. So here are a bunch of our calls that we made on a bunch of different coins here. So just real quick house rules, guys, before we get started, so that I've seen this happen at many places before, and I don't want it to happen here. House rule number one, this is a trading investing meetup and not a tech. My talk is not about tech, so don't ask me too many tech questions. Ask pretty much all the previous guys, because they're the ones that know that stuff, okay? Do not ask me or anyone here to buy, hold, or sell advice, because I don't think anybody in here is a licensed financial advisor, including myself. Do not send Bitcoins or cryptocurrencies to anyone in here, okay? So please don't do that. Do not show your cryptocurrency wallet to anyone here, and do not ask anyone here to help you with your crypto wallet, because I've seen people get scammed and lost their crypto at conferences, at meetups, guys. Some people come here and they don't understand, like, hey, can you help me? Do I have any Bitcoins in here and stuff like that? And they lose it, so please don't do that, right? All right, so let's talk about the 4 legit ways to make money in cryptocurrency trading and investing. All right, there's 4 ways you can invest into it so that the price increases. You can stake the crypto, you can earn interest on the fiat, and then you can earn interest on the crypto. So, and then we'll do a Q&A. All right, so let's talk about the price increase here. So there's 2 ways that you can do this, guys. There's 2 types of trading. One is called scalping, and the other one is called trend trading. The scalping is very quick in and out. Short-term trading requires more capital and high liquidity. So if you're scalping, you're pretty much relegated to stuff like trading USDT, Bitcoin, Ethereum, Bitcoin Cash, Bitcoin SV, and all the like pretty much like the top 10 coins, because they have more liquidity, so you can jump in and out. But it requires more capital. And to me, I don't like doing that, and our team does not like doing that, because that's like having a day job, right? So we try to avoid that whenever we can, unless, now if you know how to code and you have a team of traders and software engineers, then you might consider that, because then you can automate that, all right? The other reason why we don't like doing that is because of the higher taxes when you hold the coins. When you're in the Western countries, usually if you hold the coins for less than 12 months, they charge you short-term capital gains tax, so be aware of that. This is not scalping is not recommended for most people that get into cryptocurrency trading and investing, because when I used to work at one of the biggest trading schools in America, and we would fly around the country and teach people how to trade stocks, futures, forex, and options, I don't recall ever seeing someone that was a scalper that was consistently profitable. Not even one. So the odds that you are going to be a scalper and make money consistently in crypto is extremely, extremely, extremely rare. I haven't seen it yet, and I used to work with thousands of traders in America, okay? So now this one I have seen a lot of people make money in stocks, futures, forex, options, and everything, and that's trend trading. It requires less capital. There's more room for error, right? You can be, right only 20, 25, 30% of the time and still make a really good profit, right? This is what I recommend for most individuals, investors, because it's the easiest way to make life-changing profits. And just to define what's life-changing profits, that's usually something that's a big enough amount of money where you can do something with it and it'll change your life, like get a car, get a college education, get married. I had one trader from Africa. He needed to make like an extra $4,500 so he can go pick up his wife. It was the dowry for the other family. So that $4,500 would be life-changing for him. It might not be life-changing for Dominic here, but for some people that is, okay? So it also requires less work. The way that we do the trend trading is that when the money that we have, we put about 80% of it into what we call an index approach, and then the other 20% we put it into whatever cryptocurrencies that we like, okay? So the 20% is to help you control your emotions. So just beware, guys, that when you guys get into cryptocurrency trading and investing, there's always that emotion component, right? So when price goes up, you get antsy and all this other stuff. And then when the price crashes, you get scared and you get antsy. So that 20% allows us to help us reduce the emotions that we have. The bigger your portfolio gets, the bigger your emotions get, okay? When you're starting out with like $10,000, $100,000, you might be able to control that, but when you start to get into 7, 8, 9-figure portfolios, right, your emotions really, really get in the way. So that 80% when we take the index approach is when we take the top 30 coins that have the top 30 biggest market 90-day market cap average, and then the highest trading volume average, and then we put our money into that, okay, into those 30 coins. And also, it has to be able to have hardware wallet support on a ledger or on a Trezor. If it doesn't go into a Trezor or a ledger, it doesn't matter how big the market cap or the trading volume is, we don't touch it, okay? So from our experience in trading and in teaching other people how to trade crypto, the number one loss or the number one cause of people's losses is not from the market crash, it's from people losing their coins. So it's like since 2016, I think, no coins. If it doesn't go in a hardware wallet, we don't want to mess with it, okay? And if we do mess with it, we use the 20% of our money. So that's like for the risky stuff. But the 80%, we want to make sure that it goes into a hardware wallet support, okay? So here's an example of a trade that I did. It's kind of hard to see, but I bought Bitcoin SV back here when it was like $50-something, even though everybody was crying about it and all the exchanges were claiming they were going to delist it, right? I saw that there was a huge community support for Bitcoin SV, right? And as a trader, here's something else, guys, right? Just be aware of this, guys, that if you're an engineer, you might prefer one technology over another. You might like Bitcoin over, you know, Decred or Tezos over Ethereum or whatever. But as a trader, you really want to be neutral, okay? You really want to be neutral. And anything that anybody that says anything, you know, you hear me say anything about Decred or something good about it, you want to pause and say, hey, man, am I listening to Ty because, you know, I'm being pulled over there emotionally, or does it make sense logically that makes sense for me to put my money into, okay? So just always be aware of that. So despite what everybody was crying about, you know, that it was garbage and no one's gonna support it and everything, I bought a bunch of it at like $53 or $58, and I sold it when it got up to here when it got up to here. So here's my screenshots from the accounts that I traded from, and there's my tweets that I sent out when I did it, and then there it is afterwards. Because, you know, you see a lot of people talking about trading online, but you actually don't ever see their trades. So I just wanted to show you guys that. All right. So the second way to do to make life-changing profits in cryptocurrency trading and investing, guys, is staking. And there are three types, or I break it down to three categories of staking, right? And the general staking is very, very easy, and pretty much anyone can do it if they just take a day or two to learn how to do it, get the tokens, and they can start staking. The reasonable expectation on this is about a 10 to 24% annual token reward. Now, notice I didn't say US dollars, pounds, yens, or euros, or any type of fiat, okay? I said tokens. So if you're staking Decred and you're getting a 10% token reward annually, then you just take that token reward and then you multiply it by whatever the current market price of the Decred token is, and that's your money. So if I have 100 Decred tokens, now let me say 1,000 because 100 is not realistic, because you need about 138, I think, to buy one ticket to start staking. So let me just say 1,000 so the math is easy while I'm talking. So if I stake 1,000 tokens for an entire year and it pays out 10% in tokens, at the end of the year, I'm going to get 100 Decred tokens. And if the Decred tokens are worth $10, then I made $1,000. If it's worth $20, then just double that. So just keep in mind that everything that I talk about with staking, with masternodes, with block producers, the percentages are always in tokens. It's never in fiat, okay? So here's an example. I'm currently staking some Tezos, and it pays about 6.5% annual token reward. Cosmos pays about 10%, and Energy pays about 38%, right? Now, you can come here to, if you want to write this down, you go to stakingrewards.com, and they have a list, and you can click on the reward, and it sorts it out. So for example, like LivePeer, it pays like 78% annual token reward. Whatever this one is, it pays 61%. And then like Energy, so I stake a bunch of Energy, and it pays 30%. Now, when I first started, it was like almost 70%, like 6 months ago. So, you know, it did really well, and then the token itself went up like 4 or 5 times. So if you just do the math, it was a hugely profitable for me to stake this back then. Icon, I just started staking it just recently. It pays 19%. I cannot confirm or deny that yet because I just started staking it, right? But that's what they're saying. Now, down here, let me just do an example here. Oh, let me just do the masternode first. Okay, so masternodes is a little bit more advanced type of staking. It requires you to have a certain number of tokens. For example, if you stake the energy, I mean the Tezos, they don't call it a masternode, they call it a baking roll. It's about 8,000 tokens. So at $1 a token, that would be about $8,000 for you to bake it yourself. Now, Zcoin requires 1,000 tokens, and Zcoin is $3.72. So if you want to run a Zcoin masternode, it's going to cost about $3,700 to run one masternode, and then it pays about 13.82%. So it's a little bit over 1% a month. So whatever that 1,000, so each month you get about 10 tokens. Take the 10 tokens, multiply it by the current price of Zcoin, and that's your profit for the month. Now, what happens is I normally cash out at the end of the month, okay? If you need the money more frequently, then I guess you're welcome to cash out every week or every other week, right? But I normally do it at the end of the month. Now, here's some examples. Tezos, when I bake it myself, instead of delegating it to someone else to stake for me, I stake it myself personally, and I run a node and stake it myself, then it pays about 7%. Zcoin pays about 17%, and then when I checked on here, it says it's 13%. So I guess more people must be running masternodes on it. Now, Energy, if you notice here, Energy says that they're staking at 30% annual token reward. When I run a masternode on it, then it pays around 48%. I know that because here's my staking rewards when I stake Energy. So in the end of June, right here, I stake 1,762 token rewards. So the value of it times $8 was $14,000. So I took out $11,000. I put some of it back in. And then in July, I staked 2,200 tokens times $5. So the value was $11,000 in profits. And then I took out $11,000 that month. Took the whole thing. And then in August, I staked 1,497 tokens. And the value of the token was at $5.40 at that time. So just do the math, it's 8,000. But if you'll know, my reward's been going down. 11,000, 11,000, 8,000, to 2,400, 3,000. And then this month, I just put it all back in. I didn't even take it out, okay? So the reason why is because the market's been going down. So when the market goes up, obviously I make a little bit more. When the markets go down, then I make a little bit less. Now, that's just on the Energy token. I stake like a bunch of other tokens. So I only cash out on this one simply because I need about $2,000 to pay for all my living expenses in District 7. So because of that, that's all I need. The rest of it, I just put it back in, okay? So on the other coins, I don't bother taking out the profits on that. I just let it, like my Tezos, I just let it grow because I believe it's near the bottom of the market right now. So I don't want to cash out on that, okay? So I pay all my bills and stuff with this, all right? So the block producers, this is extremely difficult, okay? I'm working on becoming one of the block producers. In Icon, it's called a public rep, right? It's a lot harder than I thought, all right? So one of my friends, a couple of my friends who are hedge fund managers, they got into ARK and they got into Lisk back in 2015, 2016. You know, they got into the original ICOs for those. And at one point in 2017, they were staking like over $100,000 in profit each month, okay? Because they were one of the block producers for them. And the difference, these all produce new coins, guys. I call it block producers, that each of the coins have a different name for it, but I call it block producers because you have to be voted to be one of the block producers to validate new blocks. It's not like the other ones, the general staking and the masternodes, where you can just go get the coins, fire up the software, and start staking it and start making money or start getting rewards for it. With the block producers, you have to be you have to have big money, you have to have big influence, and you have to do a lot of politicking with all the people in the community so they can vote you to be a block producer for them. So like in EOS, there's a lot of people trying to game the system, and they're trying to cheat, and they're trying to collaborate with each other. And it's like, hey, you know, me and Dominic and Fung, we're going to vote to get you out of there so that we can put somebody else in your spot to be a block producer. So there's all this political stuff going on. And that's what happened to my buddies who were hedge fund managers in the US. They were running, they were block producers for ARK and Lisk. They were just making a killing. They wouldn't even talk to me when I call them. when they finally talked to me, it was because all the Chinese block producers had conspired together to push them out, so they couldn't become a block producer for those coins anymore. And man, they lost a bunch of money. Well, you know, they didn't make the money that they were looking for because they got pushed out by the Chinese block producers in those coins. So just be aware of that, right? So to start staking, I would start with the general staking first. I put these coins up here because they're very simple. If you get a few of those tokens, you just fire up the software or delegate it, and you can start seeing the results. Keep in mind, guys, test small before you roll out big. Always test small before you roll out big. If you got $1 gazillion, don't go and get $1 gazillion worth of Cosmos or Tezos. Go get, you know, $10, $100, or a couple $100. Go and test it out first before you guys do something crazy, right? All right, so the third way to make life-changing profits in crypto is to earn interest on your fiat. So here are several places. None of them paid me to talk about them, right? Some of it we use, like the first one, Unchained Capital from the city of Austin in the state of Texas in the US, right? So here's their rates. So what I can do is I can earn interest on the fiat that we have. Like some of the profits, our team members took some of the fiat profits that they made, the US dollar profits they made in 2017. And during this bear market, what they did was they loaned it to other traders, right? And if you lock up the money for, like, let's just say 1 year, right? The interest rate is 11%, and Unchained Capital charges a 1% to process the loan. Just like if you go get a car loan or a house loan or anything like that. And then, so here's the math. And then, so some of my friends who, you know, took out big chunks of profit, they would put it back in there, and now they're getting a 11% annual return on it. You know, for some people that may not be a lot, but if you have $1 million and you get 11% return on it, that's over $100,000 a year on it. Okay, now the risk here is this. Let's say that you are the one who put up the money, the 100,000 US dollars, and I'm the one that wants to borrow it. And the reason why I would borrow it, there's several reasons. One is that I might be running a Bitcoin mining farm, and I just don't want to sell my Bitcoins right now at the market bottom. I want to wait for it to go up to 20,000 or 100,000 or $1 gazillion. Then I want to sell it. So during this time, I need cash to pay for the electrical bill and all that stuff. So I'm going to go and put my Bitcoins into a multi-sig wallet with these guys, okay? And so I keep one of the keys, and then they have a third party keep a key, and then they have somebody else keep another key. So it needs 2 out of the 3. And because of that, I get the percentage, and I can borrow that $100,000. However, I have to put up $200,000 worth of collateral. Okay, so in order for me to borrow $100,000 worth of US dollars, I have to put up $200,000 worth of Bitcoins. And guess what happens when the Bitcoin starts to drop in price and it loses value? Then at each one of these lenders, there's a certain point. It might be 70%, it might be 80%, it might be, you know, they require that you maintain a certain percentage of the US dollars that you borrowed. Okay, so and then like recently they had, during the market crash, they like 90% of their customers were forced to have to add more money or pay back, and 80% of them added more money so they can maintain the loan. So some of our team members are doing that, and that's how they're collecting income each month. Okay, now I put this sign up here because this is Vietcombank's corporate bond rates in Vietnam. Now I know that some of you guys in here do not have access to that because you have to be a Vietnamese citizen, right? And some of you guys are listening to this overseas. You don't have access to this because you're not a Vietnamese citizen. But for the people who are Vietnamese citizens like myself, right, we have access to this. And right now, they offer like 9%, you know, 8%. So in order for me to go with this, I feel safer. Like instead of doing this 9%, I would probably myself, you know, I might consider putting my money, my fiat currency with the Vietnamese government bank, the Vietnamese owned bank or partially owned, and I think I would feel safer that way. Okay. What do you mean? Yeah, this is in fiat. This is in a Vietnamese dollar, dong, and this is with US dollars or with euro or pound, or it depends. Each lender is different. You just gotta look at their website to see what they offer, okay? Does that answer your question, Phu? Yeah.
How can you borrow VND if the Vietcombank
No. This is
don't
not with
accept?
crypto. I just put this up there to show you
Okay.
guys that in order for me, I'm a Vietnamese citizen. In order for me to consider this, right? I'm thinking like, okay, I can put this in a Vietnamese bank and get this. Why would I take the risk and put it, lend my money to the? I trust lending my money to the Vietnamese government before I trust lending it to a crypto trader. Would you guys agree? No? Okay, well then for you, right, then you would consider one of these or might consider it. I'm not telling you to consider, but you might consider it, right? I live here in Vietnam. I use Vietnamese dong. So if I earn interest in Vietnamese dong, I have no problem with that. Okay, now, obviously, if you're from the US or from Europe and you don't have access to these interest rates, then it's out of the picture. I'm just putting it up there as a reference because I know that some of the Vietnamese people are listening to this. And all I'm saying is that before I take my money and go risk it in something that is risky, I want to make sure that it's better than what the Vietnamese government's already offering me, the Vietnamese banks. Okay, so does that answer your question, Phong? Okay, so obviously if you put it up longer, right, you can get this. Now here's something that a lot of people made mistakes on, guys, and I'll share this with you guys right now. This is about making money, not about eliminating mistakes, but here's a mistake that a lot of people made in 2017 that I don't want to see you guys make. In my strongest opinion, when you make enough money, you make big money in crypto, or you get a chance, you have an opportunity to make big money, I highly recommend that you do something to make sure that you don't have to go back to your day job. Because I saw a lot of traders that in 2017, they had ample opportunity to take away enough profits and put it into fiat investment or assets to where it can pay them enough each month to where they never have to work again, okay? And they got greedy and they just go, nah, I'm gonna leave it here in the markets because Bitcoin can do better or Ethers can do better. And then when the market crashed 80, 90%, and some of the guys thought Bitcoin, there's no way Bitcoin's going back down. Not down to 3,000. There's no way it's gonna lose 85% of its value, right? Because it's not an altcoin. And guess what happened, guys? You guys saw it crash. So whenever the market gives you guys an opportunity, make sure that my strongest opinion is to do anything that you can to eliminate your day job so that you have a steady income so that that's not an issue no more, okay? So, all right, and some of these other ones, I trust the ones that's in the US more, guys, just so you guys know, if it's lending, because in the US, in order for you to lend, you have to register with the government, do all kinds of crazy compliance nonsense, right? So in my opinion, like if there was somebody offering crypto lending in Vietnam or in Laos or Cambodia or something, no, what do you call that? No hard feelings against them, but I'm not going to trust that. I'd rather trust the crypto lending platforms that come out of the US or maybe out of Europe or something, all right? So the first one is the one that our team uses. The other ones, some of us, other members on our team have used it, but the first one is the main one simply because it's in the same city that my team members are living in the city of Austin, Texas, okay? All right, the other thing you can do too is earn interest on crypto. So maybe you're outside the US or outside of Europe, you don't have access to the euro or you don't have access to US dollars, and you only have access to like stable coins and Bitcoin and Ethers, you can still earn a good interest on that. Usually it's about a 4 to 8% annual ROI in tokens, okay? Not in fiat, but in tokens. And the ROI is smaller. And the other thing too is that the crypto is locked up for that period of time, okay? So if you're a trader and you're a short-term trader or you're a scalper and you like to move your coins in and out quickly, that you have to consider, is that worth it to you, okay? Are you okay with locking up your coins for 6 months or for 12 months while it earns a 4 to 8% annual ROI? Now, if you want less, I think at Poloniex Global, like US customers cannot access it anymore, but like on Poloniex Global, I think you can get up to like, it's very small, guys. It's less than 1%, but you can put Bitcoins, Ethers, and a handful of coins on there, and you can offer to loan it out, and there's other traders that will come and they'll borrow it for a day, a week, or whatever, and they'll pay you on that. Okay, again, I put this as a reference, guys. The Vietnamese government didn't ask me or pay me to advertise this for them, okay? I'm just putting it as a reference point that before I put my money into something, I'm looking at, hey, this is what the Vietnamese owned banks are offering me. Is if I'm going to put it in crypto, is that if I take more risk, I want more reward, okay? And on this one, the annual returns right here, 6% for Bitcoin, and then this GUSD, the stable coin, they're paying like 8.6. Okay, so up to you guys. All right, any questions, guys? I ran through that quick because I'd rather spend more time on answering the questions. All right. And then if you want to follow me on Twitter, it's at HeyTaiZen. You want to follow us on our newsletter, there it is. If you want to learn what it is that we teach or what we how we trade, there's our blueprint right there. Okay.
Any questions for Tai? Everybody rich already? Over here.
You showed that 80% you put in a hard wallet. So
No.
you absolutely don't trust even soft wallet or hot wallet like
Oh,
this?
absolutely not.
No? Even on your...
No, what I do is I'm glad you asked that. That 80% of our money that we put into, it's not that we put it into a hardware wallet, we put it into an index approach, and the coins that go into our index portfolio, they need to have hardware wallet support. Okay. And then we put the hardware wallet in the seed, right, inside a safe. And I did some research, and this is just my personal opinion, okay? So I grew up as a welder, machinist, and mechanic. So I'm very familiar with working with metal. So I went to the safe in Bangkok. It's like one of the biggest safe companies. And like they had every safe you can imagine. And I walked through there and I was thinking in my head, like, okay, so how do I break into this safe? Like, how long would it take me as a machinist to cut this safe open, right? So I figured that I looked at how thick the metal was, how the safe is built and everything. And I came to a rough estimate that for every $1 million that you have in your portfolio, you want to invest at least $1,000 into the safe. Because there's enough metal. The safe does not protect your hardware wallet or the seed. You're actually protecting the seeds for your hardware wallet. What you're doing is you're buying yourself time. Because if you have about $1 million in that wallet, it'll take me about a few hours to cut that safe open.
So
right?
they have what they call a paper wallet.
Don't use that.
No, not at all.
No. The number one reason that people lose their money in crypto that we have personally seen, because we work with a lot of traders, is they just lose their coins. Yeah, and the paper wallet is what we use, right? When we first started, Andreas had the paper wallet utility or the little the packet,
Yeah, but you can put that in your safe too.
You can, but the thing is, when you do the paper wallet, you have to be like in a private room, no cameras, not even nobody around, and you got to roll the dice and you got to come up with your own private key. That's too much work and too much effort, and you really don't want to. You like just invest into 2 hardware wallets and do that. And if you guys are like, if you have more than like, if you have a big portfolio that's life changing to you, I would recommend that you put like all your Bitcoins on like, like one brand wallet, like Ledger, for example, and then put all your Ether-based coins on the other wallet, like was the other one Trezor? We only recommend those 2 because those are the only ones that we've ran like multiple 7 figures amounts through. So all the other ones we don't personally recommend it because we've never used it and our team has never ran large amounts of money through it for us to be confident to recommend it to somebody else.
But you're taking them offline for, say, a year.
Yeah, in a hardware wallet. Yeah. Can you check your mic again? For some reason that's off. Okay, the 20% is no. We don't leave any coins on it. The only time we leave money on the exchange, I'll give you an example, right? Like when Bitcoin was going up to like $9,000, $10,000, we started moving coins to the exchange around $8,000. And then when it got to close to 9,000 something, we started selling it. Same thing, Ethereum. Like when it started getting near 1,000, we started moving coins into the exchange. And then I started selling it around 11, 12, 13, 1,400, and then come back down, right? So we don't wait until like it gets. Our goal was to sell it near 1,000, so we don't wait until it gets to 1,000 and then move the coins to the exchange. And we move it there with the intentions that hey, we're going to sell it within the next few hours or the very next day, or like usually right there, because the bigger the amount of money. Yeah, the bigger the amount you have, it's just a huge risk. Because if you're moving like, let's say $100,000 into the exchange to get ready to sell it, maybe it's not a lot of money for you, but like for me and some of the traders that I work with, at the time that was a lot of money. They could retire off of that. So that's life changing to them. So move it to there, sell it, and then move it right out right away. So. Yeah. Yes. Yes. Okay. Yeah. So here's how we lost $2 million. Here's how we lost $2 million. Okay. You guys want to hear how we lost $2 million on our team? Okay. So we put some coins onto, I think it was Potcoin. Yeah. Okay. You can laugh. Okay. All you engineers out there, go ahead, laugh so that it gets recorded so we can get it over with, right? Yeah. So it was just a few $1,000 when some of our team members put money into it. Hey, the cannabis coins were getting popular. Hey, let's put a small bet on it, right? And we took it for granted. Like you said, hey, oh man, it's negligible. It's not even, we didn't even bother logging it into our trade log, right? And before we know it, like online, we were hearing people talk about, oh, this coin that, and everything. Cannabis coins, pot coin, weed coin, all these other coins, right? Related to marijuana.
You said that 80% you put in a hard wallet. So you absolutely don't trust even soft wallet or hot wallet?
Oh, absolutely not.
No. Even on your,
No, what I do is I'm glad you asked that. That 80% of our money that we put into, it's not that we put it into a hardware wallet, we put it into an index approach, and the coins that go into our index portfolio, they need to have hardware wallet support. And then we put the hardware wallet in the seed, right, inside a safe. And I did some research, and this is just my personal opinion, okay? So I grew up as a welder, machinist, and mechanic, so I'm very familiar with working with metal. So I went to the safe in Bangkok. It's like one of the biggest safe companies, and like they had every safe you can imagine. And I walked through there, and I was thinking in my head, like, okay, so how do I break into this safe? Like, how long would it take me as a machinist to cut this safe open, right? So I figured that I looked at how thick the metal was, how the safe is built and everything, and I came to a rough estimate that for every $1 million that you have in your portfolio, you want to invest at least $1,000 into the safe. Because there's enough metal. The safe does not protect your hardware wallet or the seed. You're actually protecting the seeds for your hardware wallet. What you're doing is you're buying yourself time. Because if you have about $1 million in that wallet, it'll take me about a few hours to cut that safe open.
so
Right?
they have what they call a paper roll.
Don't use that. No. The number one reason that people lose their money in crypto that we have personally seen, because we work with a lot of traders, is they just lose their coins. Yeah, and the paper wallet is what we use, right? When we first started, Andreas had the paper wallet utility or the little the packet,
Yeah, but you can put that in your safe too.
You can, but the thing is, when you do the paper wallet, you have to be like in a private room, no cameras, nobody around, and you gotta roll a dice and you gotta come up with your own private key. That's too much work and too much effort, and you really don't want to. You just invest into 2 hardware wallets and do that. And if you guys are if you have more than if you have a big portfolio that's life changing to you, we recommend that you put all your Bitcoins on one brand wallet, like Ledger, for example, and then put all your Ether-based coins on the other wallet, like Zero and Trezor. We only recommend those 2 because those are the only ones that we've ran multiple 7-figure amounts through. So all the other ones we don't personally recommend it because we've never used it. Our team has never ran large amounts of money through it for us to be confident to recommend it to somebody else.
But you're taking them offline for, say, a year.
Yeah, in a hardware wallet.
Okay, so now the 20%.
Yeah.
You need those.
Can you check your mic again? For some reason that's- Okay, the 20% is.
Is that on exchange? Or
No. We don't leave any coins. The only time we leave money on the exchange, I'll give you an example, right? Like when Bitcoin was going up to like $9,000, $10,000, we started moving coins to the exchange around $8,000. And then when it got to close to 9,000 something, we started selling it. Same thing, Ethereum. Like when it started getting near 1,000, we started moving coins into the exchange, and then I started selling it around 11, 12, 13, 1,400, and then come back down, right? So we don't wait until like it gets. Our goal was to sell it near 1,000, so we don't wait until it gets to 1,000 and then move the coins to the exchange. And we move it there with the intentions that hey, we're gonna sell within the next 2 hours or the very next day, or like usually right there. Because the bigger the amount of money, the bigger the amount you have, it's just a huge risk. Because if you're moving like, let's say $100,000 into the exchange to get ready to sell it, maybe it's not a lot of money for you, but like for me and some of the traders that I work with, at the time that was a lot of money. They could retire off of that. So that's life changing to them. So move it to there, sell it, and then move it right out right away. So
if you're a small trader, light trader, owner, maybe 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, should you worry or?
Yes.
Even with that?
Okay, yeah. So here's how we lost $2 million.
Better train yourself.
Here's how we lost $2 million. Okay, you guys want to hear how we lost $2 million on our team? Yes. Okay, so we put some coins onto, I think it was Potcoin. Yeah. Okay, you can laugh. Okay, all you engineers out there, go ahead, laugh so that it gets recorded so we can get it over with, right? Yeah. So it was just a few $1,000 when some of our team members put money into it. Hey, the cannabis coins were getting popular. Hey, let's put a small bet on it, right? And we took it for granted. Like you said, hey, man, it's only it's negligible. It's not even. We didn't even bother logging it into our trade log, right? And before we know it, like online, we were hearing people talk about, oh, this coin, that, and everything. Cannabis coin, pot coin, Bitcoin, all these other coins, right? Related to marijuana. And we got one of my team members, I'm being censored by this mic. Okay, so they, one of my team members' accounts.
We can hear you, man.
Got hacked. Okay. Yeah, it's for the camera. It got hacked, and that pot coin it went to over $2 million. In a very short period of time, it went over to $2 million. And that was the last time we were ever going to make a $2 million mistake like that again. So even right now with $100, $200, $1,000, you never know. Okay, if you put $5,000 into Ant shares, and later on it became Neo, and then during 2017, it became a couple $1 million. If you put $5,000 into, Stratus, when it first came out, it was only worth $600,000 during the ICO. That $5,000 became I think $6, $7 million. So the reason why we are investing into crypto, I'm just gonna yell it out there for the camera, okay? Yeah. The reason why we, I can't believe I'm saying yelling at everybody. The reason why we were, we protect it now. The reason why we get into crypto is because we're all greedy and we think we're going to make a crap load of money. Okay? Let's not lie to ourselves. That's why we're in crypto. People that say they're here to change the world, yeah, right, whatever. Okay? Change the world with the money that you make. Okay? So we got to always assume that if that coin does what we want it to do, if Bitcoin does what we want it to do and it goes to $1 million, that's what we got to think of. Or if that coin goes to 100x or 1,000x or whatever, we have to be prepared to secure that. So the way that we do that is by practicing with small amounts, so we get into the habit. We get into the habit, right? And then when it becomes 100x, then we have already learned that skill. I'm 49 years old next month, and like sometimes I think that I remember something, and I go back and I was like, man, I didn't do that, right? And those little memory lapses can really hurt us in the future. Okay, and the reason why my friend, our team member, lost that the $2 million worth of Potcoin was because he just forgot. He forgot to log it in, right? Because it was such a small amount. And then later on, when he got hacked, his account got hacked. And when he went to check it, that's when he remembered that those coins were in there.
You got hacked on the exchange?
Yeah, the exchange got hacked. Yeah. So don't keep it on the exchange. Just move it there, do what you gotta do, and then move it back right away. All right, next question. That answer your question?
No, I've learned about that. You know, if you're a small guy.
You gotta practice when you're small, guys.
So you worry about it.
Right? No, yes you do.
I see what your point is.
Yeah, because you never know what if it goes up 100x?
Yeah, because if not, tomorrow you're a millionaire.
Yeah.
You think, okay, well, I'm safe.
Yeah, and then I want you to come to me and Dominic and say, hey, let's go get a beer together or something. I don't want you to come crying that, hey man, I forgot to put it in a hardware wallet or I left it on the exchange because I didn't think it was a big deal. Right? So, all right. Yes?
In terms of staking, how do you determine which coin to stake and allocate how much?
Okay, so the 20% is, when you hear the 20% of our portfolio, we use it for risky stuff like that. Because, you know, the other 80%, like, so my business partner, he puts into Bitcoin, Ethereum, Bitcoin Cash, Bitcoin is, you know, like the top 30 coins. For me, I put in the top 30 also, minus Bitcoin, okay? The only time I buy Bitcoin is to go buy the other coins, right? Because, you know, he and I have a debate about that, you know? I just believe that most of the altcoins have a better chance to get 10x before Bitcoin will 10x. That doesn't mean it's true, that's just my personal opinion, so I'm betting my money on it. For him, he doesn't care because, even though 1x is a lot of money, okay, for him. So he doesn't care, you know. So when I put it into the coins, like if I'm starting with, to answer your question, it depends on the size of your portfolio, okay? If like I only have $10,000, then the world of staking coins that I have access to is a lot, okay? Like, for example, like when I wanted to just stake $10,000 worth of Decred, that was very easy. I just go into the Bittrex, you know, buy $10,000 worth of Decred, and it took me like maybe a day or two to buy it. But Decred is doing really well, and the staking is really consistent. And if you guys ever meet their software engineers, right? I mean, these guys are solid. Like these guys are not like, you know, like those engineers that live out of mama's basement, right? The Decred software engineers are not like that. These guys are like corporate professional engineers. They understand how engineering is done, right? So it's popular and it's really stable, you know, and they have plenty of money to build their software. They have solid engineers. Okay, they're one of the most respected software engineers, crypto engineers in the space. You're not going to go to the Decred software engineers and go, you guys are a bunch of clowns. Like you're the one that's a clown for calling them a clown. Okay, so it was easy to get 10,000 back then, but today, if I want to buy like $100,000 worth of Decred to stake and get the 10% returns a year, is that easy? No, it's not. Like just buying $10,000 worth of Decred to stake it right now that takes like, you know, like a few days. And when I say it takes a few days, you gotta buy like, you know, 5 or 10 today, 3-4 hours, maybe buy another 5 or 10 tokens, and then another 3-4, buy another 5-10 tokens, and so on. It's not like you can go into like Bitcoin and just go, hey, I want $50,000 worth of Bitcoin or Ethers or Bitcoin Cash with a click of a mouse.
It's not very liquid.
Yeah, well, it's because there's a lot of trading, but it's just like people are not giving it up. Okay, now, so I wanted more Decred, but I couldn't because it was really hard. I would have to go to the OTC, but then I would pay like a higher markup. You know, it's usually like around, I think like 8, 10, or 12% markup to get it on the OTC. So it's not worth it. Now, the bigger your portfolio gets, the number of staking coins that you have available gets smaller and smaller. So just so you guys know that. Like the bigger your portfolio gets, the number of strategies that work on your portfolio also gets smaller and smaller, right? So when I first started in 2013, like any altcoin that traded like 100,000 a day, I would trade it and invest into it. But nowadays, like that coin, like I have to be able to click a mouse and it has to be able to sell like $100,000 like really quickly in order for me to even consider that coin. So some people come up and tell me, hey, this coin's great, this coin's fantastic, you know, and I just don't mess with it simply because there's just not enough trading volume for as your account gets bigger and bigger.
So you're a whale.
Huh? Yeah. Yeah. We've been doing this for a long time. We're not minnows. Okay. So, any other question? All right. Hand it back to Dominic here. Thanks, guys.
All right. Yeah, the mics died end of the day here. Yeah, I mean, for those guys, if you have like tickets, speakers, we have now the after party starting at 7 p.m. at Resort Taco. It's the Heimatschule location because I just heard that at Google sometimes they still show like the old location.
One location is a few blocks from here, and the other one's down by the river.
Yeah, and it's Heimatschule close to the Opera, I think. So yeah, make sure to turn on at the right location. Yeah, otherwise would like to say first of all, like also all the organizing team will try to make this happen. Hope that everybody had a good event here. Of course, all the speakers coming down from all across Asia to share with us their views and insights around Bitcoin and related technologies. And last but not least, also of course our sponsors, Neutronpay / Bitcoin the end, who helps to balance the budget and also like some private dollars which are not on the board here, but yeah. So that was our 5 years Bitcoin Saigon event, the seminar part. As said, we have now 7 p.m. the after party starting for those of you who are heading there. And yeah, that's basically the closure for today here.
Thanks, Dominic.